A very good morning to all our respected dignitaries, faculty members, parents, and students. The overall campus life is very exciting and vibrant, where students are involved in various activities, which provide them a host of opportunities to constantly reinvent themselves, handling new situations, understanding people management skills, and experimenting with new things, which prepare them to become not only accomplished professionals, but also good human beings with values and sanskars. In Yajurved, Havan is said to be the Navi of the entire world. Just like the Navi is the most important place in the human body, so is the role of Yajna in this world. We would now request all of you to join us in the Havan being performed at the campus. Amity University, Haryana, Gurugram, is part of the Amity universe and has been established under the aegis of the Rikman Balwant Education Foundation, a non-profit education trust under which all Amity institutions are run. The university has a vision to develop as a fully industry-integrated university, providing a global platform for nurturing talent. Achieving academic excellence expresses the core philosophy of Amity University, Gurugram, and is the driving force behind rigorous academic programs and high-quality teaching, which instill a spirit of learning among students. The university is committed in integrating education with human values in pursuit of interdisciplinary research, nurturing innovations, development of innovative products, and innovative systems in an environment of learning. We would now be playing a short video on Amity University. May I request the host to play the video, please? I hope all of you enjoyed this video of our campus and the life at Amity. Education is the manifestation of the perfection already in man. The aim of education is to manifest in our lives the perfection, which is the very nature of our inner self. With these words of Swami Vivekananda, I, on behalf of Amity University, Haryana, Gurugram, would like to extend a very warm welcome to our young and enthusiastic newcomers. The transition to university is a big event in a student's life, and an orientation program helps students feel excited about starting college and smoothens the transition to campus life. For you, the batch of 2021, and all of us present here today, this is a momentous occasion where, even though we are meeting virtually, it is the beginning of a new phase of your life with us. As you saw that the dignitaries who were present in the Havan, we are awaiting their arrival here and would like to therefore take you on a virtual tour of the campus to acquaint you with the campus. May I request the host to please take us on a virtual tour. Shubham karoti kalyanam, arogyam dhan sampada, shatru buddhi vinashaye, deep jyoti namustute. As is the customary practice at Amity University of offering prayers to Ma Saraswati on all auspicious occasions, let us begin Orientation 2021 with the lamp lighting ceremony. We are extremely privileged to have amongst us our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Aseem Chauhan, respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. P.B. Sharma, respected Deputy Vice Chancellor, Major General Bhim Singh Suhag, respected Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean Academics, Professor Dr. Padma Kali Banerjee, respected Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Dean Faculty of Management Studies and Director, Amity Business School, Professor Dr. Vikas Madhukar, our esteemed guests of the day, Mr. Ashutosh Chadha, Director and Country Head, Government Affairs and Public Policy, Microsoft, Shri Anil Bhasin, Ex-President, Havells India Limited, Mr. Samir Kapoor, Director, Adfactors, and Mr. Sharad Gupta, Director, Corporate Communications and Brand Strategy, Vice President, Innovation Labs, Escorts Limited, Deans, Directors, and other senior members of the academic fraternity at Amity University, Haryana. Professor Dr. Padma Kali Banerjee, a thought leader and life coach with over 2 decades of experience in research, teaching, training, and academic administration, is involved in strategic planning and leads the development and implementation of the university's academic processes. May I have the pleasure of inviting Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean Academics, Professor Dr. Padma Kali Banerjee, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Monica. Such a wonderful day today. I can tell you, my dear students, that the entire university is completely green. We are seeing the last spell of monsoons at the university, and I think that's one way of welcoming each one of you. So on behalf of the Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Asim Chauhan, Vice Chancellor, and all the deans and directors, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you. Amity University, Haryana, which is a research and innovation-driven university, we really emphasize on creating excellence through academic, innovation, industry integration, and internationalization. I must tell you, each one of you who have come through this great pandemic, the kind of challenges that you've faced, all of you are winners. So I extend a virtual, applause to each one of you. I must tell you that you are going to be the harbingers of innovation tomorrow, because what we have witnessed in the last few years has been transformational. If you look back about 20 years back, when we are talking about the internet revolution, we saw big change, globalization that came through. Then now we saw post-pandemic, the way the technology interventions have been imbibed into academic delivery system. So be it a remote learning, be it a virtual learning, or be it an in-person classroom, what is most important is the pedagogy. What is most important is the teaching learning processes. So I must tell you, my dear students who have joined us today, that you are in for a great challenge, you are in for great learning, you are in for creating a lot of innovations in this campus. Very soon, as time permits us, we will all see you on campus. I must tell you that at the university, apart from your core curriculum, whether you're students of engineering or business or psychology, or student of liberal arts, medical sciences, or applied sciences, or biotechnology, you will get a plethora of opportunities. In fact, when we saw the lighting of the lamp, you saw our student Sharad who sang so beautifully. So all of your talents will get a big platform at the university. So we have best of the players, we have best of the football champs, we have people who are guitarists, we have people who are computer wizards. So all of them are Amitians today. All of our alumni, we are proud of them, and they are integral part of the system. If you look at the stars of Amity in terms of the faculty, the deans, and the professors that you're going to get, I must tell you that they will actually carve you with their hands. They're going to help you. They're going to handhold you. The kind of mentoring that you're going to receive in the next few years will be a game changer for each one of you. You will have several centers of excellence at the university, where these are basically the practice, research, and outreach centers, where you will learn to create and co-create. You will get an opportunity to, even at the undergraduate level, do a patent or write papers or represent Amity in seminars and conferences. And for that matter, play in national and international gaming and take part in pro-cultural activities. And interestingly, I must tell you, on the onset of this 4-day program, that you will be given exposure in the next few days about very many activities that you would be in for. One of the things which is going to be very important in today's scenario is going to be, what is going to be your teaching platform like? The kind of technology enhancement that has gone into the way we have designed the curriculum delivery is something which will make coming to the classroom very, very easy. Not only that, you will be getting a lot of recorded lectures. You will be getting, you will be interacting with the stalwarts with the click of a button from your mobile phone or from your desktop or computer. So it is going to be a, very interesting journey. It is going to be a bit of a roller coaster. We are adjusting to the new normal, but perhaps we are going to become the change agents. We are going to see in each one of you at how you are going to be a true Amitian by having a proper goal in your mind. What is going to be your career goal? What is going to be your life goal? What is going to be your goal to create a great environment and become a true Amitian? So with these words, I must tell you that we are very happy to see each one of you virtually. I can tell you that I can feel your presence, that the entire vibration is there. We can actually intuitively feel your presence. So one of the things that I must tell you, that in these times to come, the learning is a result of your involvement. So keep wearing your thinking hat, be engaged, work, create a network around you of your experts, your teachers, your peer group, and people from the industry. With these, you're really going to march forward. And I want each one of you to also be the harbinger of optimism, to bounce back whenever there is a kind of a challenge around you. With these words, I once again welcome each one of you on board today. And I'm really looking forward. You're very lucky. You're also going to hear from our most distinguished, charismatic leader, our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Aseem Chauhan. And I must tell you, come September, the entire university lights up because this entire month is committed to innovation. So we celebrate September as a month of innovation. And 28th September, we celebrate an Innovation Day. So you will be charged up, get lots of assignments, projects where you can work out on innovative ideas and your potential so that we are able to celebrate not only one day, but years of innovation. With these words, I welcome each one of you once again, and we will be meeting you more often in the days to come. Please be equally participative and enjoy this journey of 4 days before you start your classes. Best wishes to each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was indeed a very exhilarating and inspiring address. A reputed academician, Professor Dr. P.V. Sharma, the Vice Chancellor of Amity University, Gurugram, is a man of vision, an institution builder, a breakthrough leader with speed leadership qualities, and is known for his relentless pursuit of relevance-driven excellence and for promotion of world-quality education, research, innovations, and entrepreneurship. May I have the pleasure of inviting Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. P.B. Sharma, to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Aseem Chauhan ji, our most revered Founder President, Dr. Ashok Chauhan ji, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Major General Suhag, Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Padmakali Banerjee, Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Madhukar, Deans of the faculties, heads of the institution, members of the faculty, distinguished invitees, proud parents, my very dear freshers, dear alumni, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to each one of you. My warmest greetings to you, dear freshers, and to your proud parents on the momentous occasion of your very first day at Amity University, Haryana, a university of the new age, where modernity blends with antiquity, where most advanced scientific endeavors and technological advancements are caused by the synergy of mind of inspired and talented faculty and the student community, and a university that is an abode of living and learning in harmony with nature at the lap of the Aravalli Hills. Young budding professionals of the digital age, as you embark upon making a great beginning of your professional career today at India's top-ranked university that has earned for itself a high repute for quality education, globally recognized research, and its quest for pursuit of research and innovations as a mission with passion and with firm resolve to achieve national pride and global eminence together. You must be highly excited about your choice of taking admission in Amity University, Haryana. It's the commitment and the passion to integrate education with research in a culture of innovation and use of advantage technology in education that is the major differentiator of our university, that places us a class apart among the universities in India. You should therefore be very proud of Amity University, which has been awarded recently by the Ministry of Commerce, Government of India, as the best academic institution in India of 2021 for IPR, for patenting, and commercialization of innovations. This award, dear freshers, was earlier reserved for the IITs of India. You must therefore be feeling very proud, and I'm sure your parents must be proud of you, to joining an institution which lays such a heavy emphasis on creation of knowledge as well as translation of knowledge into new patents and know-how that is commercialized for the benefit of the people at large of this country as well as the vast humanity. You should therefore have a great sense of satisfaction to nurture yourself as the professionals of the digital age, an age in which the power of mind and power of information technology and networking have emerged as the strongest drivers of change for transformation of nation's economy. You would be empowered with abundance of prosperity and happiness, provided you learn beyond knowledge and equip yourself with the capabilities of the kind that the new age of knowledge and innovation requires. Empower yourself with the conduct and character akin to the clarion calls of personal integrity, transparency, and responsible citizenship, the hallmark of the new age of digital transformation, which is sweeping all across in all sectors of economic activity. I wish you all success in your intellectual and professional pursuit at Amity University, Haryana. May I also take this opportunity to express my profound gratitude to Honorable Chancellor Dr. Sim Chauhanji, Honorable Founder President Dr. Ashok Chauhan Sahab, for giving me the rare privilege and honor to be part of this great mission Amity and to serve along with my worthy team of officers and enlightened faculty members this great university, which in a short span of 12 years has already earned a high repute for the quality of education, industry-relevant research, and for innovations and patenting of ideas and technology, and has achieved global eminence for its accomplishment. Serving such a great university and to be part of the winning team of Amity is a matter of great privilege to me, and I feel greatly enthused by the inspired minds of faculty and students in a world-class infrastructure setup and the vision of the founding fathers of this great university. On this very important day of your journey, on the path of enlightenment and glory, dear freshers, when you are embarking upon a new dawn of enlightenment and professional life, I have chosen to address you on this historic day of your life on the topic Class of 2021, Empower Yourself to Create the World of Your Dreams. And it is this agenda with which the higher education today is to be pursued by people like you who belong to the new generation of India. India, which has opportunities to innovate infinite, lead the world in areas of science and technology, empower our citizens here in India and the global humanity with the layers of prosperity and happiness unprecedented, and at the same time lead a dignified human life on planet Mother Earth with a healthy life assured for 100 years. You would wonder how could this be possible when we are facing a challenge so formidable as that of COVID-19. COVID-19, of course, has given us a wake-up call. It has also alerted us that we cannot continue to go around with the business as usual and destroy the environment all around and do not care for the mother nature on the lap of which we all wish to lead a happy life. It has also given us a wake-up call that the use of technology must be for the righteous cause, for connecting us all together, to making us feel that we all belong to one family. Our forefathers, of course, have given the call that the whole world is one, and they have said, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. It is this realization we all got during COVID-19, and I'm sure each one of you must be filled with tremendous amount of enthusiasm and interest to pursue your education and research at Amity University, Haryana, to create the world of your dream in which you wish to live. The world tomorrow, of course, will be technology driven. It will demand unconditional commitment to cause of transparency, creating trust between each one of us, and also driving the agenda of prosperity and happiness with utmost devotion and commitment with which the learned people are supposed to trade and transact on planet Mother Earth. And therefore, it would be very important for you to ask some searching questions as to what can I do during my 3 years or 4 years stay here at our university or during my pursuit as a doctoral research, if you are a doctoral research scholar, and empower yourself with the kind of capabilities, the character and conduct and the attitude of the kind that is demanded to trade and transact in this new world in which you wish to live. This world would require unconditional commitment to the cause of green engineering, green sciences, and green technologies all along. It will also demand tremendous amount of care and compassion for the vast humanity of which we are a part. It would demand caring concern for the environment in which we wish to live. But above all, it would demand that each one of you must nurture your innovativeness, your tremendous amount of potential of enterprising spirit which you have, and the commitment you make to leave behind a world better than the world which you have inherited. These are some of the clarion calls of the world in which you wish to live. Here, responsible citizenship would be on the top of agenda. Each one of you would have to rise to the challenge of law-abiding, responsible citizenship, which cares for yourself, but you also care for the community as well as nature. You would have to exhibit highest level of civic sense. You will have to maintain transparency and nurture human values of truthfulness, purity of mind, as well as commitment to serve despite all odds. You must course, amass fair prosperity and happiness together. And you have to maintain a clean and green India of your dream. And at the same time, you must understand the value and worth of peace and harmony with which you would be living in a society where we understand the value of celebrating diversity of oneness and oneness of diversity. On top of this, you will take tremendous amount of pride in being Indian and being part of a global world where we could keep our head high and trade and transact anywhere in the world with great pride of being an Indian. By the time you graduate, the world will be much different than it is today. You would have developed new and smart intelligent materials, new communication technologies would be on the fore, and you would be able to transact your business even at the speed of thought in the next 4 years, something which was dreamed by the founder of the Microsoft almost 20 years ago. A great advancement on the mobility on road, in air and water is also on the card. Some of you may be able to go to the moon and come back in the shortest possible time. You would have unearthed the treasure of global platform for blockchain technologies and would have learned to cope up with the pressure of cyber and data security. Above all, you would have begun to acknowledge the intelligent robots as your co-workers who would challenge you to match their capabilities and precision. Some of them would be walking into the classroom and laboratories, interact with you, even learn alongside with you. Some of them may even register in Amity University for pursuit of higher education and research because the robotic co-workers would also like to upgrade their knowledge and skill for continuous improvement. You would be leading into an age which would require continuous innovation to be the hallmark of your professional pursuit, not just innovate now and then. You will have to keep innovation as a habit. And that is why in Amity University each year, as Dr. Padmakali Banerjee has rightly informed you, on 28th of September each year, we celebrate the Day of Innovation so that innovation becomes a culture of the university. It becomes a matter of habit for each one of you. You will have plenty of opportunity to nurture your talent in a university where research and innovation is pursued with patience and with a mission. Let me leave behind a few guiding principles and commandments for you, which I consider important on your very first day, because it's very important for you to understand that people like you are very different than ordinary students of this university. You are empowered with the trinity of intellect, intuition, and imagination. And therefore, you must cause your intuition to flourish, your intellect to develop, and your imagination to go deep. Take deep plunge in discovering new knowledge during your stay here at our university. Let you never relent from self-studies. Let Swadhyaya na pramaditavyam, the command of the Vedas, be the guiding principle for lifelong learning for you. that you always aspire to achieve perfection in your work activity. Kushlan na pramaditavyam is the command of the Taittiriya Upanishad. Let this be the guiding philosophy for you to achieve perfection in your lifetime. Let you also take your studies and academic activities seriously, because the pursuit of knowledge requires utmost commitment and unconditional submission to nurturing your talent by paying your greatest attention to the cause of studies for which you have taken admission in our university. My advice to you would also be that you submit to strict self-discipline. Self-discipline is called Atma Sanyam. Atma Sanyam Yogagni Jubhyate Gyan Deeptam is the command of the Bhagavad Gita, which means only through self-discipline you would be able to control your mind, and by doing this you would be able to nurture your talent and cause innovations in plenty. And therefore you must develop your personality traits on the basis of strict self-discipline, which you must practice during your stay here as well as after graduation from this university. My third advice to you would be that let you be an ethical leader and a person of high integrity. It is the highest currency today. We require people of knowledge to be ethical and also persons of high integrity. That is what you would be on graduation from a prestigious university like ours. My fourth advice to you is that always work to protect the fair name of your university, namely Amity University, Gurugram, which is your identity from today onward. I advise you to be ultra vigilant and protect your own and your alma mater's interest. At the same time, be away from the misguide that prevails on social media to distract your mind to many things which are not supposed to be the part and parcel of activities of enlightened mind. My fifth and the last advice to you would be take the best advantage of the connectivity and network technologies to integrate yourself with the global community of learners and innovators and shape yourself as the professionals of 21st century to create the world of your dream. These are my 5 commandments to you, and this is my wise counsel to you on your first day of studies as the Vice Chancellor of this prestigious university. I'm sure you are here for the right cause to empower yourself as the professionals of the new age with the capability to create the world of your dream. Our deans of student welfare, Major General Wall, his proctoral team of highly devoted officers, members of the faculty, heads of the institutions, and deans shall always be ready to support you so that you have the best of your stay in our university and achieve your educational and research goal with the standards of quality acceptable globally. I expect you to submit to the code of discipline and maintain decorum as expected from a professional student of a prestigious university. Let me conclude by reminding you, our Vedic seers have said about pursuit of learning. Vidya dadati vinayam. Vidya dadati vinayam, that means cultivation of knowledge. A knowledgeable man must cultivate vinay, which means utmost humility with which he has or she has to conduct herself or himself throughout his life up to the last breath. Vidya dadati patritam. Yoga karmeshu kausalam. We must integrate the best of our ability to achieve perfection in our life. Ya vidya sabhimukhyate, and we must acquire knowledge that liberates us from the sufferings that we otherwise undergo in this world of misery. Let these words of wisdom of the Vedic rishis reverberate in your mind, enrich your soul, and let these be your guiding philosophy during your studies here at Amity University and even beyond. I wish you a very happy, academically highly rewarding, and professionally highly rejuvenating student life at Amity University, Haryana. I, along with my team, would be greatly desirous to see you here at our own university campus as soon as possible. I know we all are passing through tough time, but this is also the time to ponder what each one of us, through our capabilities and commitment to create this beautiful world around, can do to ensure that such like sufferings do not recur here. And therefore, we all need to nurture in us the capabilities, conduct, and attitude of the kind to create the world of our dream, where we all could lead a happy, prosperous, and also healthy life, not only ourselves, but 7 billion people plus of the vast humanity that lives on planet Mother Earth. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to thank each one of you for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. Let me wish you a great year ahead to each one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Your enlightening words will surely be a guiding light for the new entrants to the Amity family. Passion can navigate your way to success. These are the words of our charismatic leader, Honorable Chancellor Dr. Aseem Chauhan. We are extremely honored by the gracious presence of our Honorable Chancellor, Amity University, Haryana, Dr. Aseem Chauhan. May I have the pleasure of inviting our Honorable Chancellor, sir, to shower his gracious blessings on the new entrants to the Amity family and share his valuable thoughts. Sir, over to you.
It gives me immense pleasure to welcome our newly minted Amityans to the hallowed portals of this great university, Amity University, Haryana. We have heard the words of wisdom of some of our towering leaders, Professor P.B. Sharma, Dr. Padmakali, and others. I could not be more delighted to see so many of you joining this university, and I wish you all the very best on this journey. Today's day will be etched in your minds for all times to come. When you begin this journey of joining a university, you may be feeling anxious, there is some apprehension, what will happen, will I do well? But do not worry. We are all here to support you, to guide you, to make sure that you have at no point in this journey any confusion or problem, and we will all work closely with you to ensure that whatever innate potential and gift that you bring, that we help you polish it to bring you to the top levels of success in whatever area in life that you choose to pursue. Amityans are different. And from today on, as you join this university, I want you to think differently, walk differently, act differently. It is not to say to be arrogant, but the opposite. Amityans are unique in the world, and this family that you have joined of the Amity Education Group is an absolutely unique, very different family. What differentiates you from so many others is that each Amityan has a mission in life to serve others, serve the community, and leave the world a better place than you found it, as your Vice Chancellor has just told you. You may be thinking that I have just joined, I'm very young, how can I even think at this level so far? But I will tell you that from this moment onwards, I want you to start thinking in a much bigger way. Even at a very young age, if you have a mission in life, if you have a goal in life, and if you work hard towards it, there is nothing that you cannot achieve. And we have so many people at the university who are here to guide and support you. The entire team, I'm telling you, is absolutely one of the best educational teams you can find in the world. Your Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor P.B. Sharma, was the founding Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University. He was the founding Vice Chancellor of Delhi Technological University. He was the founding Vice Chancellor of Rajiv Gandhi Technical University, Bhopal. He has been the President of Association of Indian Universities, making him one of the senior most Vice Chancellors of the country, and someone who is dedicated to each and every student of Amity. We are so proud to have a Vice Chancellor like Professor P.B. Sharma heading this university. We have Dr. Padmakali Banerjee, one of the most brilliant, astute academic administrators that I have seen. One of the leaders in the country to develop flexible credit systems and choice-based credit systems for the benefit of our students, and innovating every day to make sure that Amityans at Amity University, Haryana, get the best customized, individualized experience possible. Dr. Padmakali, you have led many institutions. We are so proud of you. General Sohag, who is your Deputy Vice Chancellor, has been a two-time Vice Chancellor at MDU Rohtak, one of the most wise and disciplined leaders that you can find in academia. And we're so proud to have him, as well as Dr. Madhukar, all the deans, all the HOIs, all the center heads that we have at the university, each one handpicked, not only for their technical competence, but because of their absolute commitment to helping you students achieve your potential. And that is what it means to be an Amity, that we are all here to make sure that you succeed in life, that you reach the pinnacle of the area that you choose, may it be the corporate world, may it be entrepreneurship, may it be research, may it be law, whatever area it is, the creative areas like design or fine arts, psychology, whatever area it is that you have selected for yourself, we as a group, as your now family, are committed that you fulfill your potential and reach the pinnacle. Your name is now attached with Amity for all times to come. Later in life, on your resume, this university will be with you. Later on, when you go for interviews, they will ask, where did you study? And you will say Amity. When people remember you, even at the end of your life, people will say they were a student of Amity University. And therefore, let us work together to take the name of the university to the greatest heights. And any university is only as good as the achievement of its students. So today, I urge you to take advantage of this canvas, this platform that has been provided to you. And there are different routes and avenues that you can follow. Some of you will go through and just want to enjoy, and you will take some learning home. Others will commit yourself for the pursuit in the true sense of higher learning. You will explore extracurricular activities. You will see how you can help the community even as a student. You will network and get to know so many of your fellow students, not only from within this university, but the network that is Amity across India and abroad, which gives you an absolutely powerful network of alumni and current students that you can draw. So it is up to you. What do you want this experience to be? And it is only what you put in that will determine what you derive from this experience. I am very confident that the aptitude and the attitude that you bring to the table, having been selected for the prestigious program in which you have been inducted, that you will be the latter, that you will work day and night to not only improve yourself, but to be of service to others, that you will work in teams, and in your actions, you will take this university to great heights. And in return, your university commits that we will work day and night and not let any stone unturned to assist you in your journey of excellence, because your dreams are our dreams. And in your success lies our success. आज लाइन पे शायद कई सारे मम्मी पापा दादा दादी भी होंगे, family members, भाई बहन, आपका स्वागत है. We are so proud of each one of you. And this journey that your child, your ward has started today is not an individual journey, but a journey of you as a family. And we know the great sacrifices that parents and families have taken to ensure, not only this year, but throughout the life of this child, to make sure that they get the best in life, to make sure that they get an education, the opportunities to let them rise in life. So to all family members, I welcome all of you. It is such a pleasure to have some of you online if you are there, and we will look forward to meeting you and feel part of this Amity family. Visit the campus when you want, visit your student, take frequent feedback from your student. What is happening? And are we doing justice to make your child, make your ward the best that they can? Your founder president, the great visionary, Dr. Ashutosh Chauhanji, who is behind all Amity institutions, gives very often a formula for success for each student of Amity. My students, do you want to hear it? I'm assuming that is a yes. Your founder says that if you follow this formula, then nothing in the world can stop you from achieving their greatest success. And I will briefly recount it to you. He says, Bhag. Sometimes when he He used to be at a airport or train station. He used to see people running. And he used to stop people and say, "Why are you running?" And the person used to say, "I am late for my meeting." "But why are you going to the meeting?" "Because I am in a job." "Why are you in this job?" They did not have an answer. Then he used to ask, "What is the mission of your life?" And they said, "We have never thought of this question. We have never thought what is the mission of our life." So because of these people running, this formula BHAG has been made, BHAAG. B is for behavioral science. We strongly believe, my dear Amityans, that even if you are the best professional in the world, if you are not a good human being, if you do not know how to work with other people, if you do not know how to respect your elders, respect other people, then you cannot be the top in the world. And therefore, we will teach you throughout your journey with us behavioral science and the values and sanskars and the ethics that it requires to be a good human being. This will be interspersed to you in your program. So remember behavioral science. H is for hard work. Without hard work, you can't achieve anything. And you know it because if you are sitting today in this orientation program already, you must know hard work. A is for ambition. Have audacious, large goals. Too many people dream too small. Have a very large dream. Tonight, when you're lying in bed, close your eyes or look at your ceiling and think about what it is that you can achieve. Make a big goal for yourself. And then every day work towards that goal to achieve it. With ambition, a lot of things can happen. The other A is attitude. Always remember that a positive attitude is essential to get you through all kinds of problems. The only thing assured is that each one of you in life will face challenges and problems, but with the right attitude, with the positive attitude, you can overcome any obstacle in life. And G is belief in God. G is God. So BHAAG, behavioral science, hard work, ambition, attitude, and God. And this morning, a havan was done for you to pray, irrespective of your belief and your thoughts, collective prayer to the universe that may my Amityan who has joined this university today find happiness, find joy, find satisfaction and success in this journey. And when you begin any journey with a prayer that is sincere and genuine, then only great things can happen. My dear Amityans, I wish you all the very best. I feel so proud of you. Your Vice Chancellor and your Pro-Vice Chancellor have told you that although we are going through great crisis, we at Amity say that this is also a 100-year opportunity. An opportunity for you to rewrite the future of the world as we know it. All things as they were, more or less, can be reimagined by you. And there is transformation happening because of acceleration in technology and innovation in almost every sector. This opportunity will not come back again for 100 years. And you, as young people, as the future leaders of our country and our generation that is there now, have this opportunity to grasp. I give all my blessings to you, all my love and affection to you. You are part of this family that I hold so dear to my heart. And we are all here with you to work with you and to wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Your benign presence has always left an indelible mark on all of us here at AUH. At Amity University Gurugram, it has been our endeavor to engage students in thoughtful academic discourse. And with this in mind, Amity University Haryana regularly organizes seminars, panel discussions, and webinars with eminent dignitaries, including Nobel laureates. Besides academic activities, Amity University Gurugram organizes various mega events like Sangathan, a month-long mega event where students compete in different sports and games, which culminates in the Founders' Day celebrations on the birthday of our founder president, Dr. Ashutosh. AmiFest, a two-day fest organized every year by Amity University Gurugram, ushers in the spirit of enthusiasm and exuberance amongst the youth. Amity University Gurugram's vision is to be a hub of creativity and innovation and to contribute to the progress of humanity through excellence in education and industry and society-relevant research and development. Every year, the month of September is dedicated to celebrating innovation and creativity at Amity University, Gurugram. And September 28th is celebrated as Innovation Day. This day marks the celebrations of innovations, inventions, projects, and presentations by the Amitians spread over various campuses around the world, and also to celebrate our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Asim Chauhan's birthday. Amity Gurugram Marathon is one of the largest running events in Delhi NCR, organized by Amity University Gurugram, and has gained tremendous support from marathon enthusiasts, running communities, and professional long-distance running athletes from around the world. Here are a few video clippings from some of the events organized during the last year. May I request the host to please play the clippings?
I'm good. Sharma.
Those were some very thought-provoking, exciting, exhilarating, and educative talks. Dr. Vikas Madhukar specializes in finance and strategy and holds his doctorate in international finance from Kurukshetra University. Dr. Madhukar is currently the Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor at Amity University Gurugram and Dean Faculty of Management Studies, Director Amity Business School. He has a rich and varied experience of more than 22 years in teaching, training, research, consultancy, and administration. A guide and a mentor, he leads with collaborative approach and possesses excellent multitasking skills. May I have the pleasure of inviting Professor Dr. Vikas Madhukar to propose the vote of thanks. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Monica. Thankfulness is the beginning of gratitude, and gratitude is the completion of thankfulness. Honorable Chancellor Sir, respected Vice Chancellor Sir, Deputy Vice Chancellor Sir, Pro Vice Chancellor, Deans, Head of the institutions, able faculty and staff member, my dear freshers and proud parents, a very good morning to all. I once again extend a warm welcome to freshers and their proud parents on this momentous occasion of Orientation Day 2021 to Amity University. You all are now proud member of Amity family. Every one of you has earned your place here. We chose you because you showed us you are able, willing, and ready to take up future challenges. We will do all we can to ensure your success. The role of Amity is to prepare you to be an excellent professional and a good human being, whatever path you follow. Being an Amityan means to grow, to challenge yourself, set up new benchmark, marching on the path of excellence with utmost sincerity, dedication, commitment, and hard work. Being an Amityan means changing the world and helping each other. Being an Amityan means to pursue justice and fairness in the world wherever your path leads. And I have no doubt that we will love the world that you all will create through your actions and thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed my privilege to extend a vote of thanks on this momentous occasion of Orientation Session 2021 at Amity University, Haryana, Gurugram. 4 days of orientation program is aimed at acquainting fresh students to the overall academic system of the university, providing information about various growth opportunities available at the university during their studies, and guiding them in assessing self and identifying their career and life goals. Each day of this orientation program is focused to ignite your thought process and transform your thinking. First and foremost, my heartfelt gratitude to our visionary leader, a fountainhead of noble virtue, Honorable Founder President Sir, for his direction, guidance, and blessing on all of us. My deep sense of gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Asim K. Chauhan, who is a guiding force for all of us and always inspire us to dream and achieve big. Sir, you always find opportunities in adversity and inspire us to innovate. My gratitude to you, sir, for your words of wisdom, blessing, and guidance to students. I express my sincere thanks to Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. P.V. Sharma, a man of profound knowledge, an eminent scientist, and a great leader for his direction, guidance, and advice to students in his thought-provoking Vice Chancellor address on the topic Class of 2021, Empower Yourself to Create the World You Dream. To students, I'm confident that the input given by Honorable Vice Chancellors are going to transform the life of each student present in this orientation session. My most humble thanks to you, sir. My gratitude and sincere thanks to respected Co-Vice Chancellor and Dean Academic Dr. Padmakali Banerjee, the most dynamic and energetic leader, for showing the path of success to students. My thanks to all deans, director, head of the institutions, HODs, and orientation organizing core team for their support. My thanks to Dr. Ravi Manuja, Major GS Bal, Major PK Sharma, Dr. Manish Verma, Squadron Leader SK Singh, Rear Admiral Pandey, Dr. Bhavna Adhikari, Mr. Manoj Sahani, Dr. A.K. Yadav, Dr. Seema Pathak, Dr. Ranjana Kothari, Dr. Sunita Sharma, Dr. Anil Yadav, Ms. Monica Yadav, Dr. Sanjana, Mr. Vivek Rawat, and all other team members for their unstinted support to organize this program. And my special thanks to Dr. J.S. Sodhiji and entire IT team. My gratitude to all students and their parents for joining this session. I'm sure that the next few days of orientation program will provide all necessary inputs to budding professionals to plan and shape up their professional endeavor. Dear freshers, each of you will face many opportunities in your career to act with courage and integrity, sometimes against the prevailing winds. Whether you rise to the occasion will depend on whether you are prepared and conditioned to do the right thing. That preparation and conditioning will begin here at Amity and will continue throughout your career. Let me share a brief story before I close my vote of thanks. This story is about a professor who was teaching his students how a caterpillar turns into a butterfly. The professor told them within a few hours the butterfly would struggle to come out of the cocoon, but no one should help the butterfly. Then the professor left. The butterfly was struggling to come out of the cocoon, and against the advice of the professor, one student thought of helping the butterfly to come out, so it didn't have to struggle anymore. The student broke the cocoon and the butterfly came out. The student was happy that he had made the butterfly come out of the cocoon without any more struggles. He continued to watch the butterfly and was quite eager to see it fly with the beautiful wings. But guess what? The butterfly was born very weak and its wings were not opening properly. Unfortunately, the butterfly just crawled around with weak wings. Soon the butterfly died. When the professor returned, the student explained about what and how it all happened. Then the professor explained to the students that it is law of nature, that the struggle come out of the cocoon was building the strength of the butterfly. When the boy helped the butterfly, it wasn't able to develop the strength of its wing, and that's why it died. My dear students, the same principle applies to our life. Struggle is the part of life, and nothing worthwhile comes easy without it. No one ever achieved anything worthwhile without problem or failures. We must face the difficulties. The more struggle we face and overcome it, the more strength we gain. While working on our goals, we often face problems, but we must go through and grow through those obstacles and rise. The pain today is the strength tomorrow. If we don't want to undergo any struggle, we won't be able to fly. And thus the struggle makes us shine. With this word, I once again extend a very warm welcome and wish all the best for your bright future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Amity University, Haryana has invited illustrious speakers in the past and has organized discussion forums to inspire young minds to learn and ideate. In keeping with this tradition, we are extremely fortunate to have amongst us Shri Anil Bhasin, ex-President Havells India Limited, Mr. Ashutosh Chadha, Director and Country Head Government Affairs and Public Policy, Microsoft, Mr. Samir Kapoor, Director, Adfactors, and Mr. Sharad Gupta, Director, Corporate Communications and Brand Strategy, Vice President, Innovation Labs, Escorts Limited. The ever-evolving global scenario and technological innovations present numerous job opportunities and career options in varied fields for the youth today. The future looks very promising for those who make well-aware choices and are ready to work hard and smart. Today's discussion will enlighten us on the transition from the campus to corporate life. Mr. Anil Bhasin is a motivational speaker, life coach, and guide who superannuated as the president of Havells India Limited, a super brand, and among the fastest growing Indian MNCs. Mr. Bhasin is a trusted business growth strategist and entrepreneur and enterprising leader, dotted with infectious enthusiasm and curiosity. He is the recipient of many awards, like the Award of Excellence Energy Havells in FICCI Smart Cities Summit, Best ICT Implementer in Smart City Ludhiana for 2 consecutive years, Mr. Bhasin was also acknowledged with Brick of Change Award by Mr. Amitabh Kant, CEO, Niti Aayog, and lauded with Peter Drucker Memorial Award of Excellence by International Chamber of Professional Education and Industry. I would first like to invite Mr. Bhasin to address the gathering. We welcome you, sir, and request you to deliver your talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mona, for the kind words. I'm fortunate, honored, and privileged to be a part of Amity session. I always love to be a part of this session whenever I am invited. My office was very close to your Noida campus, so I had attended. Let me, Monica, share with you not my success story, my failure story. I passed out higher secondary from Kendriya Vidyalaya, Halwara, with 58% marks. Came to Delhi, not knowing what is the percentage of Delhi getting admission in a BSc. So I didn't get admission in any of the Delhi college in BSc. So I happened to pass out from Government College, Gurgaon. Gurgaon at that point of time in 1977 was not the kind of Gurgaon what you see at this point of time. So there in the college also I secured only 58% marks. So fortunately, your university also is in Gurgaon. So that is a coincidence that I passed out from Government College Gurgaon. But I did my BSc with only 58% marks. My mother wanted me to become a doctor. My father wanted me to become a pilot or a Air Force officer. So none of their dreams were met. So I tried even for a veterinary doctor also there in Hisar, but fortunate to some of the things that I didn't get admission into that and all. God, भगवान ने शायद किसी जानवरों पे दया खाई होगी कि शायद वो भी बच जाएं किसी तरीके से जो है. So then I applied for number of government exam. At that point of time, government service होती तो शादी अच्छी तरह से हो जाती है. So I applied for number of government exam like LDC, UDC और तरह के जो probationary officers के होते हैं, but didn't qualify any one of them. So then finally left. Anything was with me was only sales. So I applied in sales and I got the job in sales. And that point of time sales को ऐसे लिया जाता था जैसे ड्राइवर के बाद में जो अगर कोई जॉब है गंदी जॉब है तो सेल्स की है. So in 1980 I joined in sales in a company called Procter and Gamble at this point of time. At that point of time the company name was Richardson Hindustan Limited. I worked in Himachal Pradesh and Jammu Kashmir for 1 year. Why I'm sharing this story with all the students is that कि कभी भी president सीधा नहीं बनता. Never a king is born, even a baby is born. So you have to progress your journey from college to corporate. So there I worked for 1 year, and let me share it with you. I left the company after 1 year and I was jobless. At that point of time, my salary was close to around 1,000 rupees per month, which is equivalent to around 80,000 rupees per month as a joining salary. So I left the company. I left the company because no one was there to handhold me. At that point of time, trainings were not there, MBA was not familiar, and I was not trained to handle the market. And in sales, we call selling is basically a business of rejection. It is not basically that you go and get positive results in all the part of it. So I left the company. I was jobless for 3 months. Then again, I did the introspection to myself that what I am and what I am made for. So I again joined sales in Bajaj Electricals Limited. There, let me tell you, I bounced back and I worked there for 18 years. But there also in the first 10 years, I was just a salesperson. As an area manager, deputy manager, kind of a person, the designation increases, but you remain as a. Take the session of Shivkhera. That turned my life. That was the turning point. Then I started investing on myself. I've read more than 500 books. I have invested on me. Till today, I invest almost every day on my learning because your earning is directly proportional to your learning. Today, the professional career is basically the skill set. The degrees which you are passing from college will only get you employment, but your career growth will be dependent upon how you acquire your skills on a daily basis. So there in Bajaj, I worked for. After that, I worked for single. You won't be able to basically see whole. You see the whole elephant. You can't see the entire south as far as North Indians are concerned, all Madrasis. But there are 4 different languages. Even if you call any of these North Indian person, he won't be able to tell you the 4 languages of South unless he has been to South. So In year 2004, I joined Havells India Limited. The company was very small. The turnover was only 430 crores. The profit was only 20 crores. The last year when I left the company, the turnover was more than 10,000 crores and the profit was 1,000 crores. Today, Havells is known as one of the Indian fastest growing FMEG company, and we are a Indian multinational company. We don't say that we are a multinational. We proudly say that we are an Indian multinational company. And more than 7 people working, 10,000 crores of popular, and there are more than 20 product verticals. So coming to the journey of the president, it is a journey of 4 decades. So you have to go through the process. And let me or the preparatory thing. But ABC of after the college, I'll just share it with you. So see, the A stands for attitude. Most of the people get confused with the word attitude. That the meaning of attitude is flow of thought at any point of time in your mind. This could be positive, could be negative. अभी आप पॉजिटिव हैं, अच्छी सब बातें सुन रहे हैं, निकलने के बाद में कुछ अगर 5 मिनट में आपका कुछ गलत एक्सीडेंट हो जाए या कुछ हो जाए, आप नेगेटिव हो जाओगे. Why me? So attitude is basically flow of thought at any point of time in your mind. Positive attitude does not guarantee you for any success. अगर आज पॉजिटिव एटीट्यूड के कैप्सूल्स या कहीं मिल रही होती, कोई टैबलेट मिल रही होती, तो सबसे ज्यादा वही बिक्री होती. So I think positive attitude does not give you any guarantee for success. Positive attitude with proper action, I'll once again repeat, positive attitude with proper action increases the probability of success, does not give you any guarantee for success. So proper action has to be done. See, India has got a population of 130 crores. How many medals we get in the Olympics? Last year we have got only, this year we have got only 7 medals. Total in the history of 125 years of Olympics, we have only got 35 medals. Only 35. What does it mean? It means that we are not doing practice in a proper way. We have old quotation, practice makes things perfect. This is not relevant today at this point of time. Practice only makes things permanent. It is only the proper practice which makes things fun. We are not tuned to do the things in a proper way. That is why we don't get success. Success comes to only 5% of the people in the world. It is worldwide known that only 5% of the people will be successful. Balance all will pass on their life from birth to death without. So attitude basically is very, very important. And in attitude, the action and the proper action is very, very important. The second thing is the acceptance. You see, after situation as a pandemic, and before I say talk about the acceptance, let me say narrate a serenity prayer. God grant me the serenity to accept the things which I cannot change. God grant me the serenity to accept the things which I cannot change, and courage to change the things which I can, and wisdom to know the difference between. I think the country we are born, the parents we are, circumstances we are in, the height what we have, the skin we and the free. These are the things we have to accept. We should courage to change the things what Lord Krishna, that what is my fault. So the Lord Krishna said that what is my fault. So I was born in jail and I was ready to be murdered before I got the birth. And I also have gone through many hard things. So circumstances, whether you see Mahabharata, whether you see Ramayana, you see Lord Krishna, Lord Rama, the day he was about to get the Gaddi, he was sent to Vanvas. You see the Gautam Buddha, he has also gone through many phases from. So you have to accept the situation and then move. And the third A is, in my view, there's a humble suggestion to the senior people there in the panel that this definition should be now modified as Master of Business Adaptation. You're not going to become an administrative officer, because I think this administration word has been taken from IAS, because IAS, they feel that they have an administrative power because they become the district commissioner, they become the police commissioner. But the after MBA or after passing through the graduation or post graduation, you have to adapt yourself. Darwin theory is today also relevant, that it is not the strongest of the species that survive today, not the most intelligent one. The species that survive today is the species those who are responsive to see your parents and your grandparents have sacrificed and compromised their life to make you bring to this. You are fortunate that you are having this kind of environment and the atmosphere to study to do the higher studies, which your parents and grandparents, they didn't have that kind of a luxury. So there are 3 A's: attitude, acceptance, and adaptation. These stand for belief. You have a self-belief in yourself that you can do it. And when I say self-belief, you have to have the trust in yourself, confidence in yourself that you can do it. Unless you have got the inner belief in you won't be able to do. वो कहते हैं इंसानियत इंसान को इंसान बना देती है, लगन हर मुश्किल को आसान बना देती है. लोग यूं ही नहीं जाते मंदिरों में पूजा करने, क्योंकि आस्था ही तो भक्त को बना देती है. We believe in gods, and you have to believe in yourself. You believe in many other things, but unless you believe in yourself, nothing is going to happen. Muhammad Ali fell into the ring, fell down. So he said, skill stand up, then declared as the loser. Nobody else will now take it care. I can't move. Be very clear. And the second B is basically behavior. In professional career, you get respect because of only 2 things. One is your position, the other is behavior. First one is temporary. The last year I was the president of the company. I used to get the respect because of my position. Today, the respect of my behavior. As you take the example of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the kind of respect what he gets till today, there were many presidents, those are not even remembered. So one has to see to it how he behaves. So behavior is very important. I have seen not the freshers, but people with 10 years experience or even 20 years experience. They do not properly. They are not compatible within the organization. That is why they leave the organization. They are forced to leave the organization because they are not compatible. It's going to matter most. The things which will be going to matter most is your in the organization. See, a girl when gets married and comes to another family, to make the compatibility in their family culture, the way the other all family member won't change according to the girl. The girl has to have the compatibility, and these basically balance. In school, what you have seen in the lemon and the spoon race, the person who wins the race is not the person who runs fast. It is the person who lemon is in the spoon till the race is finished. So why I'm saying you balance is that in your professional area, do not compromise health, family, the rewind button, that you can rewind your age and come back to the age of 25 or 30, whatever age you have. So you have to see to it that for chasing your professional academic goal, please do not compromise on your health, family, and relationship. How important these 3 factors are. Unless you have good, nothing is, no money is going to make difference. Unless your family is with you during this COVID period, even if family was not even with you, your health itself has to support you in your hospitals or in your house. And the relationship or the contacts what you have. In Facebook, you may have thousands of contacts, but the connect is not there. So you have to have right kind of a connect also with them. So I'll only take AB, that will, and I think the time given to me also is very limited period in which I would like to give whatever I have in my mind. I've got many things in my mind, but in this short period, I will try to give the maximum things what I can give it to you in the shortest possible time. So is attitude accept change. Change is very. There are two important alphabet, B and D. B stand for birth and D stand for death. The birth is already there. The death is not defined. We don't know when the day. But in between, there is a very important alphabet called as C. C stands for change. People don't resist. I tell you, people don't resist. Everyone knows morning walk is very important. How many people do go for the morning walk and how many people go for the brush in the night? Nowadays, people don't change. So I think it is you, as I have already said in the serenity prayer, that God, give me the courage. Nobody else can do it and all. Father can wake you up in the body, in the bed. Getting out of the bed is your responsibility. You have to take a decision. The other C is communication. Any dealing, anything. Yesterday I was going through the chairman. He says the skills which are required in the current only people skills, your own brand, and data. Three things are very important. Your people skills are very important. And for people skills, you need to have communication. Communication is a learn. I once again repeat, English is a language. Communication is a learnable skill, and you can learn the communication skills. Is an art. You have to practice it time and again. Unless you practice it, the communication will not improve. So I'll give an example. Indira Nui, she was the head of Pepsi. She had done MBA from India. She went to Yale University for 1 year for doing the post graduation course in the masters. She failed in communication in first year. I can't get the hand raised at this point of time. Let me tell you, she failed in communication. She used to speak fast English. Let me tell you, fast English speaking is not a good communication. Fast good communication. English language, communication skills. Speak Hindi or any regional language. Yourself in a right connect. You want to win someone, say the message. But unless you have the connect, you won't be able to convey the message. Unless you have the connect with the people. If you are talking to a 4-year kid, you have to talk about Tom and Jerry or the other Mickey Mouse things. You can't talk about today's scenario in Taliban with a 4-year kid. And if you are talking to your grandparents, you have to talk about something which is older than the current situation, about Mahatma Gandhi, Swami Vivekananda, or even Jawaharlal Nehru, or even Rabindranath Tagore. Those kind of things you have to talk. But I think you have to have a right connect of the things with the things what you have. And the last thing which I will tell you, every teacher was a student, every winner was a loser, every expert was a winner. But the bridge they have, you have to have learning. So you have to learn, and your earning is directly proportional to your learning. If you don't learn on a daily basis, if you think that after doing your post graduation things are over, I think you will not be able to go in your life. And there is an principle. Sorry, for knowledge. Your knowledge is enough to lead your life. acquire skills on the daily basis, and you have to have positive attitude in your life to see to it that how you live a happy and fulfillment life, so that at the end, your parents and you yourself feel that you have lived a fulfilled life rather than being a successful. Always look for a happy fulfillment life rather than being looking at a successful, looking for more money, more name, more fame. I think fulfillment comes from within. It doesn't come from anywhere, anything this not. With this, I'll stop here. And in case Monica, if you have any other question or you want to me to
So we will take up the questions at the end of the session once everybody has spoken. And thank you so very much for sharing the ABC of your very successful life. I truly concur with you that it is always a step up. One cannot jump to the top straight on. Baby steps are required. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experiences with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
With
Thank
over
you.
33 years of national and international With over 33 years of national and international experience in corporate and government affairs, policy advocacy, channel management and strategic planning, Mr. Ashutosh Chadha worked closely at very senior levels with stakeholders in the government, academia, industry, as well as multilaterals. Mr. Chadha is passionate about education and entrepreneurship, government policy formulation, CSR, and use of technology for development, and has spoken at events hosted by WTO, UNICEF, UNESCO, as well as national and international academic institutions. Mr. Chadha has created and led high-performance teams across various countries and successfully managed and set up new businesses as an independent profit center head, and is involved in mentoring startups, coaching students and executives. It gives me immense pleasure to now invite Mr. Ashutosh Chadha for the talk. We welcome you, sir, and invite you to kindly deliver your talk. Over to you, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you so much for inviting me, and thank you to Amity to bring me in on board to sort of give this talk to the students. I have a slide deck which I will try and see if I can share. Do advise me if you can see it. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yes, it is visible, Ashutosh.
Perfect. So thank you, everyone. And I've actually, I know that this is the objective of this this talk is to talk about how to move from college life to career or corporate jobs, right? But I've actually written, I've called it out as saying unplan your career from a very clear perspective, because as if I take a leaf out of what Anil ji talked about, is that he went through various motions to reach where he ended up at as the president of Havells, right? And the reason why I'm saying unplan your career is that, you know, if right in the beginning, a lot of us become very fixated about where we want to go and how we want to go, then we ignore the beauty of the journey and the learnings that we can get along with that journey. And I think that's a very important perspective, which is why if you notice that the picture that I have also put over there is actually upside down. It's not the right way up. So that's not because my PowerPointing skills are bad. It's just that I purposely put a picture upside down. So anyway, so if I would, Anil also talked about a very important point. What is your attitude, right? And I think that is the most important thing. Whether, and this is not just applicable to the corporate job, but it is also equally applicable to what you're doing today in college or in school or in any part of life. The attitude that you bring every day is extremely, extremely important. And if I look at my 32, 33 years of experience, I have found that little things that I did early on in my career or even later than that, which I thought were very innocuous, actually went and helped me later in life or in another situation. So the first aspect that I would like to put out here is that everything you do is important and is a learning experience. Nothing is small, nothing is unimportant, right? Everything expands your horizons, because every problem statement, every opportunity that you get expand your horizons to understand how could you do things better, how could you address situations better. The other important thing is that teamwork, building trust, ethics, and being seen as a dependable part of a team, as well as integrity, are key. And this is going to be the most important attitude that you bring to office or even school or college every day. No one in today's world can become a leader, can be recognized, right? And or can be emulated if you're not a team player. And Anilji also very, very clearly said that earlier his position was because of his recognition was because of the position that he had. But now his recognition is because of what he is, who he was, right? The relationships that he built, the relationships that he nurtured, the trust that he built. And I think that is most important. You can never get to the top on the back of others. You can only get to the top along with others. So teamwork, building trust, being ethical, being dependable, being there for everyone, and integrity are key attitudes that you need to, or key skills or soft skills that you need to bring to life. Be eager, be hungry, and be afraid. Slightly misnomer, but let me try and explain this. What do I mean by being eager? In any organization, if you're eager to participate, eager to raise your hand for every opportunity that comes your way, you're seen as a very positive contributor, which is why being eager and being hungry to do things is an extremely pushing the envelope, pushing the boundary and getting out of your comfort zone, right, is going to be an extremely important aspect of your learning cycle in this entire journey called life, right? And why do I say be afraid? Very importantly, because if you're not afraid, you may become complicit. If you're not afraid, you may become what you would call arrogant. And if you become arrogant and if you become complicit, you will not do the job or the task better. Even me, after speaking for so many years, when I take a session like this, which I have given in different forms to different students, different colleges, to executives, etc., I always make it a point that I practice beforehand. What would I like to say? Not because I've forgotten what I want to say, but because I want to be confident. And I'm afraid that I should not be able, not do something, not do a bad job, right? So being afraid is a good thing. Let's not take it to be a bad thing. And the last but not the least, and I've learned this from my personal experiences, enjoy what you're doing, right? Like I think Anilji, really set the stage very well for me. He said, you don't become a president in the first day, right? You can never do that. And when I did my MBA, we all had those grandiose, this thing that as soon as you pass out of the management school, we'll get into an office, which will be an air-conditioned office, and you'll have an administrative assistant who will manage your calendar, etc. But hey, the first thing that I did when I got out of management school was I was told, here's your scooter, travel 30 kilometers to that place and go sell. And I had to do that in 35 degrees Celsius heat, right? With sweat dripping down my head. That was not an air-conditioned office, but I enjoyed that. Enjoy what you're doing. Ultimately, doing what you enjoy will come to you. Every task, no matter how small, no matter how big, no matter how complicated, no matter how difficult, enjoy doing it. There was a time in my career when for nearly, I think so, 3 weeks, we had to practically, because we were launching a product, for 3 weeks, we had to literally work 20 hours a day. I used to come home at early in the morning at around 5:30, 6 o'clock, when I used to see my dad actually go out to get milk in the morning, which was a time, that was also a time, we never used to have milk getting home delivered. But that was the situation. But for 3 weeks, we used to do that, but we enjoyed it, right? I think these are key skills or attitudes that you need to bring to your job, you need to bring to college, you need to bring to life every day. This is what is going to hold you in good stead. Leadership. This is a word that we hear very, very often, right? But let me just tell you, leadership is not when you become a president like Anilji was. It's not because when you become a vice president or a director or a country head or, whatever call it. Leadership is at every stage of your career, every stage of your life. It is never when you're at the top of the ladder. No. Leadership is not about commanding respect as because of the position that you have or because of the people who report to you, but it's about earning respect. It's practiced at all levels. So what is leadership all about? Right? Leadership is all about seeing what others don't, getting insight. Because that's what will make you stand out as compared to other people. Overcoming your fears and having conviction in yourself that you can do it. Right? The ability to motivate others, build your own credibility. That's what leadership is all about. Speaking for people, not about people. Speaking for a situation, not about situations, right? And making others succeed. Those are the traits that you need to build as a leader. And if you really look at it, that's not because you're not used when you're a president. That's not used when you're a vice president or a director. That's even used when you are in a small group and you're wanting to do something. You take the ownership and accountability of doing something. And let me give you a small example. And it's not because I'm giving that example and it was related to me, but when I think back, I certainly think that was possibly some leadership trait that I exhibited. This was when I was in class 8, right? And we used to stay in a place in Delhi called Malvinagar, and our school used to be in a place called Sake. So all the students used to get together at a small bus stop in Malvinagar, 15, 20 of us, and we used to get into a DTC bus, which used to come and pick us up and take us to Sake, which was around a few kilometers away. I was in class 8 at that time, and one day what happened was that the bus, when it came, it got spoiled, and there was no replacement bus, and we all knew that we were going to get late for school, right? So all of us were panicking because we didn't want to get late for school and assembly and all of that stuff. We knew that Saket was walking distance, 2.5 kilometers away, right? And then a few of us got together, and I said, why don't we take this call to walk to school? And we'll all organize, and there was no teacher with us. And we'll all organize ourselves into a line. We'll hold each other's hands and we'll walk to school, right? I'm talking about 1978, which is a long time ago, right? But we did that. And when I suddenly look back at this, right, I suddenly felt that maybe I exhibited a certain amount of leadership. I saw an opportunity, I saw a problem, I gathered everybody together, I motivated them that we can all walk to school. And there were kids who were, in class 3 and class 4 also. And we'll make sure that we reach school successfully. And we did that. I'm not saying that was leadership, but that was taking ownership and that was taking a position. So ultimately, and please understand, I was also afraid, right? I was still in class 8. I mean, how could I take 25, 30 kids or 15 kids, whatever those numbers were, down 2 kilometers? But that was leadership. Finally, my last slide. Define success for yourself. Success is not about what others want of you. Success is about what you want for yourself. What will you make yourself happy, right? And it's different for different people. For some, it's a designation. For others, it's the ability to network with many people. For other people, it's about changing people's lives. For some other people, it's about creating something new. It's different. Define what success is going to mean for you. Define what success is going to really, make you feel happy, and go for that, right? Don't let success define you or what others define as success define you, right? Also understand that success will change with time, right? When you start your career, it could mean something else. When you get towards the middle of your career and end of the career, it could mean something totally different, right? It can change with time, but importantly, every point of time, it's something that will keep motivating. It will make you want to get out of bed and go do that task, right? The other important thing is where you go is important, as I said in the beginning, but how you get there is going to be equally important, right? The journey is as important as the end. You need to do that in a trustful manner, ethically, and you do need to take others along with you. You should not leave them behind. That's the definition of a truly successful person who will be remembered not because of what you are, but because of what you've made others achieve. Think about it, and I'll leave you with one of my favorite quotes from one of the most controversial leaders of all time, right? Sir Winston Churchill. And fundamentally, what I derive out of this quote is that the journey never ends. At every point, there are new things to achieve. There is new learning to achieve. There is new things to do. I'll stop here. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I really wish you all great success in life. The world has changed in the last 1.5, 2 years. We are in a new norm, but that new norm should not defeat the purpose that each one of you is setting out for yourself to become successful in life, to contribute to society, to contribute to your families, and to contribute to your learning and to your. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you, sir, for such an enriching and informative talk. I'm sure our students and in fact all of us will take away a lot from this. Thank you. I would now take the honor of inviting our next speaker, Mr. Sharad Gupta, to deliver his talk. Mr. Gupta, currently the Vice President, Head Corporate Marketing and Brand Communications for Escorts Limited across Escorts Agri, Escorts Railways, Escorts Construction and Aviation, is a Green Belt Lean Six Sigma with more than 20 years of industry experience in marketing and communications across industry verticals. Besides being an expert in advertising, customer relationship management, brand marketing and strategy, he is an avid golfer and a photography enthusiast. We welcome you, sir, and invite you to kindly deliver your talk. Over to you.
Monica, hi. There's some echo, I suppose. Can you hear an echo?
Yeah, there is an echo, Sharadji.
Okay. Can you give me 1 second? I want to join it again, please.
Sorry, sir, we are not able to hear you. Could you also switch on your video? It's not visible.
Monica, I'm trying to join again. I think there's some snag. Can you hear me and see me now, Monica?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, Sharadji. Please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, everyone. And I think it's great listening to the speakers, Mr. Bhasin, Mr. Ashutosh. Great talk. I'll be a bit crisp in terms of the more practical aspects right now. And I because I'm talking to the all youngsters here, and with the 21 years I've been in the industry, I think what I like to express here is a particular word, and a word which often is a cliched phrase, but it's called perform. Believe me, this word is the important fall. I'm not talking about the performance pressure, but it's perform, which actually gives you a 360-degree perspective when you make a transformation from your campus to corporate. The first performance word, perform P, is your perceived personality and your purpose. Where I'm today is more because I stuck to a core, and I always had a belief in terms that I need to not chase a placement. I wanted to chase an opportunity. Now, chasing an opportunity means you need to really work around and think of, do you want to change something or you want to improve something? And that's how your personality is perceived when you enter into a corporate world. So the first P of perform is perceived personality. You need to work on yourself. You need to work on your overall perception that you bring to a corporate. You need to be perceived as a doer, not just a listener, a doer, and you need to really give your personality a 360-degree transformation. The E when it comes to perform is basically what we call as exposure. Very important as a student, when you move to a corporate world, what makes and what gives you an edge is your exposure. Exposure to the trends, exposure to the new insights, exposure to the new corporate trends is very important. You need to work on the E of perform, which is your exposure. R is for your respect for yourself. And I heard one fellow panelist talking about attitude. The first attitude that you need to bring to a corporate is respect for yourself and respect for your peers in the corporate. That's very important because this is something that really builds you as a manager first, a people manager too, and then you work as a leader. The F is fitment and adaptation. Very important. Again, you need to find a fitment in your core irrespective of your stream. Believe me, you can be a finance guy, you can be a marketing guy, you can be a HR professional, operations guy, or you a strategic person. What needs is the way you adapt to the corporate environment. See, campus is a very different environment. Campus is where you are building yourself, but corporate is where you are transforming yourself, you're metamorphosizing. It's very important for you to fit in that entire shape size and then expand that with your horizon of knowledge and insights. O is what I call as in perform, orate clearly. Somebody talked about communication. It's just not communication. It is your effective communication. You need to communicate not only to your peers, but your external stakeholders. Very important that you build yourself with the right skill sets. You build yourself with the quality, clarity, and you also work well as a team player when you are talking to people. The R is what I call is read. Very, very, very important. The moment you make a move from a campus to corporate, reading, learning, 21 years, I'm still learning. Believe me, I don't find myself as a complete industrial guy because every day the business environment is changing. You need to read. You need to read the entire insights of the corporate world, what's happening in the global territory. You need to read in terms of what is the improvements and the new characteristics that are coming to your space. The last of perform is M. Now, we generally don't work on it. It's very important is to manage your finances. I personally feel you need to, when you enter into a corporate, the first thing that you need to start thinking is getting financially free at a particular stage. And that happens when you start learning about what you earn is what you need to also invest in a thorough sphere so that, you also have a journey ahead. So that is a world perform that I feel anybody who makes a transformation from a campus to corporate needs to learn. Now comes what we call as the trends ahead. We generally what we do is we live in the present. We try to work around our own fighting battles. That's why MBA today, somebody said it should be not a master of business administration. I call it master of business warfare. It is basically a warfare where you need to be very equipped with your ammunition, and ammunitions are today industry 4.0. You need to, and somebody said, unlearn, but learn. You need to today understand the way industry is moving, data. As a professional, you need to start building your data insights capability, analysis, analytics. The word is full of doing, but when it comes to an effective person in the industry, it is more in terms of monitoring, evaluation, and putting the right metrics in place. You need to learn metricizing your work, because that's something that will give a measurement to what you're doing. And it's very important to learn the data science. The second thing is what we call is as Genesis. Genesis, basically the way industry 4.0 and 5.0 is turning up. You need to learn an algorithm. Algorithm is the notch of data, because the way you use the data and integrate that into what you're doing for results is very important. Then what comes is And again, I could be cliched, but this is the next 10 years for the world is changing right after pandemic. It's more to do with learning more. Digital trends. When I say digital, does not mean social media, please mind you. So digital is today the way you bring tools to make your work efficient, and the person in today's corporate world who can actually teach and make the peers aware and bring in most productive efficiency is something that you need to learn right now. You need to start working on your AR and AI characteristics in the organization. Start one thing that we always, we don't believe in cross-pollinating knowledge. What I would like to really tell you is when you are into a corporate, you need to start advancing and expanding your knowledge set by getting into more and more learning courses. And today everything is online. You every month should be a new trend course that you need to get into. You need to acquire one new skill every month. It's not only data, AI, VR. It needs to be soft skilling. It needs to be efficient operations. You need to learn Kaizen. Very, very, very important. And you need to learn the effective Green Six Sigma tools, because every area of your performance is objectivized. You need to put project management tools to it, so that end of the day what you're doing yields results. So I would like shape it up in terms and summarize it in terms that everything revolves around the core you are following. If you are following a particular principle in your corporate career, please try and advance it, expand it. Don't try to jump the guns, but identify your core, your purpose, what you want to change, and acquire skill sets. If you want to be transformed, that's the way you need to be. My last thing is try to also expose yourself with what government is putting in terms of providing impetus for your own growth. For example, there are new areas of digital India, the way government is giving areas of opportunity for corporates to expand, diversify, make in India principles, skill development. There are a lot of things that today's corporate need, but what happens is the corporates are not equipped with a lot, and that is where the bureaucratic layer comes into picture. You need to be aware and exposed to that. So for me, the four things, that one is the principle of perform, where I said it is more of your perceived personality, exposure, respect, fitment, adaptation, oratory skill, read, manage your finances. Two, what you need to do is exposure to insights and data. Third is digitally making yourself very efficient and productive. And the fourth is keeping your eyes open to various spheres of growth which the government is providing, apart from whatever my fellow respected panelists said. So yeah, that's what I would like to leave you with. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative talk. I'm sure our students will be really enriched by your experiences. Thank you so much. I would now take the honor of inviting our next speaker, Dr. Samir Kapoor, to deliver his talk. Dr. Kapur is part of the senior management team at Adfactors PR. Armed with more than 2 decades of experience in corporate communications, investor relations, and strategic planning, Dr. Kapoor plays a significant role in the firm's continuing success and growth. Dr. Samir's strengths are multidimensional, from strategizing communication across verticals, external and internal communication, media relations, marketing communication, and business intelligence, to driving crisis communication, public affairs, and government engagement. He is equally adept at conceptualizing digital or social media campaigns for clients across various sectors. We welcome you, sir, and invite you to kindly deliver your talk. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Monica, and good afternoon, everyone. It's always at the end, the last speaker doesn't have anything new to say, because the earlier speakers have already said, and once you have such eminent speakers before you, I really don't know what should I add to the younger audiences. The fact that I represent Adfactors, and Adfactors today is India's largest PR agency. We have more than 520 clients on retainer, and we have 100 odd clients that we do projects for. And the fact that we are the only independent Indian PR firm left in the space. Others have been gobbled up by the multinational. becomes a a sweet spot for us. And all my previous eminent speakers spoke about this. When we entered into this space, everyone said, "Oh, it's a crowded marketplace. The ticket size is very, very small. You will be eaten up by the multinational giants." And the fact that we've been here for now for 2.5 decades, and we've beaten them in their own game as far as India is concerned. And hopefully you will see an Indian flag in US as the only PR firm that will go out of the country. I just have a couple of things. What happens is nobody takes you seriously if you don't make a presentation. So उनको लगता है कि यार ये consultant नहीं है क्योंकि ये presentation बना के नहीं लाया. And for all the youngsters who are going to be doing your MBA, this is one tool that you'll have to live with for all your life. Now, whether it is college or it is corporate life, you'll have to go through what Microsoft developed many, many years back. Word, Excel, and PPT are the ones that you will have to live by. My humble request to all of you is to make sure that you hone your skills. And I've been associated with the Amity for many years. And I'm sure the teachers here will make sure that you make enough presentations during your 2-year courses that you will feel, yes, it's enough. So I'm just sharing my my thoughts on how you can progress from a perspective. There are only 4 pointers that I want to take you through. Just give me a heads up when you're able to see the PPT. Monica, can you see it?
Yeah, it is there.
Right. Thank you.
Yes, we can see that. Thank you.
Yeah. So the first is it's all about you as students, as someone who's been from campus. So there are certain shocks that you will get as newcomers, which I got, and I'm sure, like some of my previous speakers spoke about. There's a knowledge shock. Second, there is a status shock, and third, there is a political shock that you will get. Now, knowledge shock is, of course, because you've been used to such kind of case studies. That data is to you, it's given. Everything is there in the case study. You just have to analyze the data. Believe me, in real world, getting a data is the most difficult part. The previous speaker spoke about data analytics. That's going to be the bread and butter. It is the bread and butter now for the current scheme of things. And moving forward, you will see big data, data analytics, IoT, artificial intelligence, all having a great play in the stuff that we are talking about. Second is a status shock. I got this shock. I did my MBA. I joined a firm as a management trainee. I was asked by my field financial controller to get a photocopy done. And that was a time when there was no computer. It was only photocopies. And I told him, "Sir, I'm an MBA." He said, "Okay, then be more careful." So that's a status shock that you get. And previous speakers have spoken about it, that you feel that you're going to work in an AC. You will get all the offices in the world, the back office that you see where I'm sitting, that kind of cabin you will get. It's not going to happen. You'll have to go in for what we call it as a status shock. And then, of course, there's a political shock. You'll be surprised as to what your best friends, so-called friends in the organizations, can do to you. The second part is on why the boss matters, because it is said in our world, people don't leave organizations, they leave their bosses. And therefore, it is important for you to make sure that when you look at that bosses and how to manage your boss, there's a very small one. Of course, there can be books that can be written. Get the mind share first. Do what your boss says. And you should be that go-to person. And once he forms an opinion, he can't go to someone else. The second is don't go to your bosses with problems. Go to them with solutions. Many a times I started off as an engineer, and when you look at my career, you will see that I've meandered my way, because I am from the Indian middle class, growing up in 80s. The only thing that we had was either engineering or chartered accountancy or law or MBBS, right? These are the 4 choices available. Of course, you have now many choices. And I was asked, we were making some packing for a juicer mixer grinder that we were manufacturing. And my general manager asked me to go and find a solution because the thermopacks were not coming in. I went, I used to drive a scooter. I went, I saw, the C2 guys going in against, and there was some dharna going on. I came back, told my GM, "Oh, there is a dharna going on. So no thermopack is going to come today." He said, "When is the dharna getting over? What is the schedule?" I had no answers to all of that. And like the previous speaker said, that all successful people will always talk about the success there, but there are a lot of failures. And all my bosses have taught me, how to look at solutions. So bosses love solutions; they don't love problems. So if there is an issue, go with the solution. You will soon have a reputation as a solution provider rather than someone who's raising the red flag. And make things easy for your boss. Before you leave for a meeting, do a quick recap of things discussed, shoot a mail to all participants, follow up. The entire preposition is primarily to make your how do you manage your boss well, right? One thing that has been told, it is something that you should be following up as well: promise less and deliver more. Never promise what you can't deliver. One rule: boss is always right. Don't argue with boss in public, right? That's the learning stroke understanding that I have developed over a period of time. I'm sure there's something that I'm sharing with you. And never try to be a sucker. Never try to please the boss, right? Be professional. Execute your task well, and let your work speak for itself. Don't hang around the desk, right? And many of the bosses will actually dislike it if you're hanging around the desk just for it. And ask for help. Seek help from your boss when you encounter a problem. They will love to help. But if you don't ask for help, they are not going to come back to you. And when you miss the deadline, you will be the one who will be getting all the flack. They want to feel valued, and that's how one of the ways that you manage your boss, right? Don't ask his opinion if you don't need one. And finally, partner with the boss, because never look at the boss as your enemy. He's your partner on your journey called career, right? Look at him positively, connect with him, and don't trigger his ego. Again, don't argue, lend your shoulder to the wheel. That's my basic stuff on part 2, which is about how do you manage it. Many of the speakers before me have already spoken about this, but behavior matters. Now, there are certain clues. One is never talk negative, because the gossip, unlike college or school, will actually travel, right? And therefore, it is important to mind your own business. I'm not saying don't do small talks, but don't gossip. There are multiple things to talk about. There are multiple things to learn. Try to work for someone who will challenge your powers. That always is always good. The gentleman before me just spoke about that it is not the placement that he was looking for. He was actually looking for place where he could get challenged, where people were able to figure out, and that's where he stuck to his core, and he's now at such a successful career. You will learn more in a year than your 4 years or 2 years in a college, because on ground learning is always more valuable, because you are on the ground, you are learning multiple things. So successful bosses, and Anil has just spoken before me about this, they have very good communication skills. You look at all the great leaders, you look at all people, you don't need a designation for it. All of them have very good comm skills. Those who are very good in communicating, they are able to connect with their audience and connect with their people better. They learn from people, including their employees. Therefore, first thing that you need to do is be good at communication. Again, it is not about language. You mentioned about language. It is about making sure that you are able to articulate your point of view well, and you are clear and concise in what you are articulating. Work in such a way that makes your boss looks good. And again, I'm telling you, I'm not asking you to flatter. It's not flattery, but the fact that you are a team member, you are someone who is willing to invest that extra time. These are the people who will definitely, will be valued more in in coming years. Now, as we are aware, speaker before me talked about it, we are moving in the post-COVID scenario where gig economy is going to have a huge impact, and you're already seeing it. A LinkedIn survey says that 41% of the employees are going to change their job, or going to leave the job, specifically in the professional services, right? And that accounts for a huge percentage of our economy. Downsizing is something that is bound to happen. There is a huge cult of startups that have been built. This year only saw some 26 or 25 unicorns being built in India. The first to go in a downsizing environment are those with very few friends, right? So therefore, communicating and networking becomes very important. Bosses prefer competent people whom they also respect. So your name will not come even if the company is downsizing. If you've been able to do all the heavy lifting and and carrying all the load for the team. The other one is to dress for the job that you want, not the one you have. We've seen specifically with the millennials and Gen Zs, they feel that they can dress whatever way. Absolutely, you can. Many years back, I was entering into a pitch presentation, and I saw Ritesh Agarwal, who was just 17 and a half years at that time, walking in his Bermudas. Now, unless until you're Mark Zuckerberg, Ritesh, Bhavesh, you can dress the way you want to because you want to again influence your target audience. But when you're working somewhere, just make sure that you dress for the job and let your dress reflect the professionals. You can actually wear jeans as well, depending if you're in advertising. In PR, in advertising, there is no dress code. But when you're going to meet up with let's say the Tatas, the Mahindras, the Birlas of the world, because you work with all of them, you need to dress in a manner that reflect professionalism. I was just 26 years of age when I was sitting right opposite Mr. Ratan Tata, and we were trying to figure out how Tata Comms is going to acquire BSNL. Now, this is something that, and let's say if I would have gone in my t-shirt and jeans, imagine the reference that Mr. Tata would have given me in that room, or the attention he would have given to my thoughts if I would have dressed in that manner. So how to succeed in a career in the way from a dressing perspective is important. One thing that I would like all of you to understand is that a workout to get in good physical shape is very important, because unless you are exceptionally skilled, the unhealthies are always at a comparative disadvantage. There is an old story which says of an iBanker who was not fit, and one of the the guys who were investing their funds in that with that iBanker said that, how can I trust you with the fund that you're going to manage for me, which was in millions of dollars, if I can't trust you with your own health? Because the day you fall ill, the entire thing will go kaput for me. So I'm not asking you to make bodies like Hrithik Roshan, but just make sure that you do that 30 minutes of regular workout so that you are fit, you're healthy, and then of course you can start your day really well. Personal integrity, again, the speaker just prior to me, Sharad, just mentioned about this, is very, very crucial. Right? Tell nothing but truth, but of course we are living in a post-truth era, so you need to understand how data analytics work for that truth as well. Don't fall prey to the fake news that goes around everywhere. Bosses can forgive mistakes. Believe me, I've done thousands of mistakes. I do thousands of mistakes today as well, because there are 500 clients that we work across. 80-90 clients are always active. But if you lie, then you're gone, because people can actually see through the lies that is there. Now, how to succeed? Primarily, some things about always be on time. In the post-COVID era, the fact that we are on WebEx and Zooms and others part of the world, you can't say कि boss there was a traffic. Traffic में मैं फंस गया था. ये Delhiites बहुत ज़्यादा use करते हैं कि traffic बहुत था, बारिश हो रही है. All those things are there. Always be on time. Try to arrive few minutes early. Everyone will respect this and love this, and it saves you from the stress for the last minute, and you will be much relaxed and you will work better. It actually means getting up 15 minutes early, leaving your bed 15 minutes early so that you're there on time, and strive your best to keep a deadline. And if you cannot meet it, ask for an extension and apologize. So I work with various brands, so from Samsung to Oppo to Vivo to Nokia, and all these brands there is a cutthroat competition when it comes to new product launches, right? So you have to design flyers, you have to design their brochures, you have to write press releases, you have to do multiple things, and all of them are on tight deadline. Let's say if someone has given me a time till 3 and I know that I won't be able to finish it by 3, I can't ask for an extension at 2:55 or at 3 that boss, I'm not able to do it. Can I get an extension? Ask for an extension, because the person will understand that yes, there is genuine need and genuine solutions that you're asking for. Also, don't take things personally. It's not about you, it's about the situation. And if some people are unhappy with you, it's their problem. Always strive to give your best. Again, I'm at the cost of repeating what my speakers before me have just said, but from a personal perspective, I think अगर आप हर चीज को दिल पे लगाने लग जाएंगे तो आपने कर लिया कॉर्पोरेट में काम, right? So my suggestion will be, and all the speakers before me who were speaking, I'm sure will agree, that there are multiple things that happen in their career every day. You need to let go of certain things. If you must correct someone, don't get personal, and never do it in front of others. Never do it in front of a crowd. Make sure that you seek time out and talk about it specifically to your boss, because they don't like to be corrected in front of everyone. Make sure that you have a chat with them separately. These are some small tips. You might say, "Arey yaar, ye to what is new that he's saying?" But I'm just writing, or I've just written what I think will be relevant for you. Spend some time alone every day. It's called the me time, right? And the me time, like Sharad said, is not on social media. It's not about Insta. It's not about Snapchat. It's actually about the mission, what you want to be, and how to go about it. The fact that I'm an engineer, done my MBA finance, and landed up in PR, you can understand I'm not the best person to tell you to be focused. Sharad is the best guy to tell you how to be focused. But I can tell you, how do you make sure that you meander through all this, yet you find yourself very happy? And there's certain things that I wanted to do before I reach 40. I've ticked all those things. I feel from a materialistic perspective, I've done enough. But then when you again sit back, you need to figure out what's mission of your life, what do you want to be, and how do you want to go about it, right? And like always, you need to have a plan B. Right? If plan A doesn't work, there's plan B. There are 26 letters in the alphabet, so I'm sure there will be multiple plans. But always have an alternative. Even when we give new creatives, new ads, we don't give just one ad. This is our thought process. We give two ads. That this is one route that we have taken. This is another route we have taken. And many a times, 45% of the time, the clients have gone in for plan B rather than for plan A. And plan Bs have worked very well for most of the clients. So I was the lead for Do Boon Zindagi Ke for UNICEF, and you've seen that campaign done so well that India, of course, had a 0 case of polio at one point of time. Before I start off, or I hand it over back to Monica, always remember the secret of success is passion. Always think big, and you'll have a blissful years ahead that I'm confident about. You're living in the best of the times. When we graduated, we were still in the license Raj. The monies were not as big as what you guys are going to get. I cracked that money level only at the age of 30, what you guys are going to start off with. So, you will be very happy with that. It's the best of the time. In your lifetime, you will definitely see a flying car. And all of you are going to live much longer than us, because all these new technologies, and of course, if diabetes and stress doesn't kill you, 100% there will be cure for cancer, there will be cure for other kind of diseases. I'm sure there will be cure for COVID as well, in a couple of years time. But you are going to have blissful years ahead. Make sure that you follow it. Now, last one is your role as a manager is your cycle is all about commitment, feedback, reward, accomplishment. And all this cycle, you need human interactions at every point of time. Everyone has spoken about it. Just make sure, because when I was doing my MBA, I was more in finance. So I thought, HR is something that I don't need to learn. Organizational behavior is a soft skill. Oh, who does all these things? I'm more interested in learning futures and options, on learning about the rules of 72 and 69s and other elements that are important, financial modeling. But believe me, when you move up the ladder, it's these skills, the softer skills that during MBA we ignore, are going to help you a lot. So your role as a manager is going to be clarifying goals and objective, encouraging participation, planning and organizing, so that the workflow is important. Keep things moving. Control details without being overbearing, because otherwise you are seen as someone who's poking a lot. Apply a reasonable pressure and empower and delegate. So one, of course, is motivation is a fire that burns within you. That's the first thing that you need to ask yourself as someone who's going to be motivated. Positive reinforcements are important. You need not depend on HR for everything. You can do it yourself. I have 1,050 employees across 40 different locations in India. And believe me, during COVID time, we didn't get any job cut. We were the only agency in the mock-com space that said that we are not going to sack anyone. And that happened because all the 5 directors in the board made sure that we connected with the last guy, even the office boy, because office, we are still working from home. Office have not opened. It's someone, it's their will. It's not mandatory. So the office boys were also very, very thankful that during this COVID time, we have not sacked people. And that happened because we were motivated that this is going to, this is a time that will pass by. So nuances of this is being positive, begin with the end in mind. These are, of course, the 7 principles that Stephen Covey has written in his book, putting first thing first, thinking win-win, seeking to understand, synergizing, and sharpening the saw primarily is about skilling yourself and reskilling yourself. Very important. So thank you, Monica. I hope I've stayed in time, and back at you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kapur, for your highly enriching session. I'm sure our students and including us are taking away a lot in terms of how motivation and how to motivate, self-motivate. Thank you so much. Over to you, Dr. Manoj Sahni, sir. Like, please say a few words.
Thank you, Monica. It was indeed a pleasure, to have these business leaders with us to interact with the students, and thought-provoking thoughts, and indeed very inspiring and motivating. I think our students will take a lot from this session. They will be actually transforming themselves and will soon become the game changers. Because these people have proved themselves, with their leadership abilities and fostered growth to their organization with their capabilities. The few takeaways were from Mr. Shri Anil Bhasin ji, President, Super Annuated Havells India Limited. I mean, failure leads to success, sir. That's what you said. And it was actually very, very motivating because, when you fail, then only you succeed. Havells under you has grown big, and it has crossed, manifold in terms of turnovers and manpower. Thank you, Anilji. It was a splendid talk. There was few bandwidth problems, yeah, initially, but yeah. My pleasure, sir. You've been always, with us and motivating and guiding us, sir. And it's truly a honor to work with you, sir. Thank you so much. Followed with Mr. Chadha. Mr. Chadha gave a great presentation on the attitude and the leadership building. Very, very motivating again. Sharad ji was phenomenal. Sharad ji, PERFORM, perform. The way you spoke about it, I think the students will really be extensively motivated with your thoughts, and it really tells a big about you. You never went for any placements, but placements, the organizations, they approached you to give you the right fit. Samir ji, Dr. Samir Kapoor, thank you so much for your time. I understand all of you are busy in your offices, but still you took out time to interact with our students and give them a right direction towards their careers. Your presentation was awesome. You spoke about shocks. You spoke about how to manage your bosses, the behaviors and the career and how to succeed in career, the persona enhancement, the body language, the dressing sense, which is very important. And how do you actually face problems in the offices? You have to be ready for it. And of course, the bosses, how do you have to, work with them closely so that the organization overall can grow? It was indeed very, 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 very pleasing having all of you here. I would like to thank you. I would also like to ask Dr. Madhukar, our Deputy Pro Vice Chancellor, if he's there, if he could speak a few words. Thank you, my dear colleague, Mr. Ankur Gupta, for taking this so forward. Dr. Madhukar, to you, please. Dr. Madhukar. Sir, I believe you're unmuted. You're muted, sir.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. No, really, I mean, it was a very nice and exciting session. And I'm sure that the theme of the session, which we have kept for the student, that campus to corporate, and I think all of our eminent speakers, they have contributed greatly and added a great value. And I am sure that the input which has been given by our experts member will contribute a lot in shaping their personality, and they have received the adequate guidance in terms of what they are supposed to do for next few years of your program. And I'm very thankful on behalf of Amity, and we will keep inviting you further, and we'll have more interaction of you with the student on different topics. So once again, on behalf of Amity University Haryana, I extend warm thanks for sparing your valuable time and contribute to this orientation session. Thank you so much.
We look forward, sir, all of you, when things normalize, we will invite you and you would speak to our students in person, and I'm sure they'll be further more motivated. Thank you very much, sir. My colleague, Ankur Gupta, the Deputy Director, my colleague, Dr. Ruby Singh, and all the corporate resource center team at Amity University overall, we thank you for your benedict presence. Monica, you can close the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much.
With this, we come to the end of the expert talk. On behalf of all the participants, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Shri Anil Bhasin ji, Mr. Ashutosh Chadha, Mr. Sharad Gupta, and Dr. Samir Kapoor for their highly enriching and encouraging talks. I'm sure your highly inspiring words have instilled more confidence and optimism in all the young aspirants and shown them the way to a bright future. Once again, I thank you for having taken time out to join us for the Orientation 2021 and sharing your pearls of wisdom. Thank you, sir. The post-lunch session will begin at 2 p.m. Students are requested to kindly join the platform on the link provided for the psychometric profiling, which will be conducted by the Amity Institute of Behavioral Sciences and Allied Sciences, followed by workshop on soft skills and etiquette, organized by Amity Skill Institute at 3 o'clock, and introduction of student clubs and society registration for talent hunt competition at 4 o'clock. Students, please join back at 2 p.m. sharp on the link provided. Thank you so much. I take your leave.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shall we start?
Yes, we can start. We are waiting for Dr. Vikas Sharma to be online. He's there already. I think his camera is getting adjusted, I guess.
Okay, so we can wait for another 2 minutes and then just let me know, sir, when to start.
Yes, surely.
Thank you.
So if someone is an attendee, I have to move. Hello.
Hello, pardon, sir, please. Boliye.
Ma'am, I have to move in an attendee from panel.
So you are, okay, just give me a minute, sir.
Okay, if IT people are there, you have to give rights to Dr. Vikas Sharma.
You have a right, sir. He can share the pen PPT.
Sir, I have communicated. He's just adding him in the panelist.
Okay.
Vikas Sharma sir is in a panel, sir.
Okay, he's already a panelist.
Panelist तो मैं हुई नहीं. Panelist.
IT team, you need to make Dr. Vikas Sharma as panelist. He's attendee right now.
Sir, he is in panel, sir. You can see in a panel. Sir. You can also see in a panel.
But he is unable to upload his presentation, I guess, and he is not able to speak as well.
Dr. Vikas Sharma is in panel, sir. You can see.
So he's already in the panel.
Okay.
So if you want, he can share his PPT with me so that I can share his screen and I can share the screen and run the PPT and he can speak and then I'll do that.
Okay, no problem. Just wait a minute. Maybe I can do that.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Vikas sir, you are in a panel. Please unmute yourself if you are listening with us. Vikas sir.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay, I think Vikas sir, if you are able to speak, then what I can do is I can move the slides if that is not a problem.
Right, sir.
Sure. Yes, we can see you now. We can see you, Dr. Vikas. Okay.
So shall I start, sir?
Yes. Now we can start.
Thank you, sir. Honored dignitaries, head of the institutes, head of the departments, faculty members, and dear students. A very good afternoon to one and all. I, Dr. Charu Jain, on behalf of entire Amity fraternity, welcome you all to the afternoon session of Day 1 orientation program. So this session is about psychometric profiling. Psych means mind and metric means measurement. Hence, it means measuring the mind. So psychometric test is conducted to assess one's personality, skills, interests, which influences one's overall growth. So to conduct the psychometric profiling session, with us we have Dr. Rajiv Nair, Director, Amity School of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, Dr. Vikas Sharma, Head of the Department, Amity Institute of Clinical Psychology, and Dr. Anupama Srivastava, Associate Professor, IBAS. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Charu. Thank you so much for introducing us. I'm Dr. Rajesh Nair, Director IBAS at Amity University, Haryana. Thank you, everyone, for joining this post-lunch session. And one of the very important hands-on experience of carrying out psychometric assessment session. My colleague, Dr. Vikas, who is heading the Amity Institute of Clinical Psychology, and my colleague, Dr. Anupma Saxena, who would be helping us, who would be also talking to you about the psychometric assessment. And most importantly, I want to welcome all of you to Amity University, Haryana. And we look forward to see you at IBAS and AICP for any kind of discussions related to behavioral aspects or anything which you would want to have discussion on. We would be sharing some details with you eventually. As the topic suggests, psychometric assessment. Some of you who may not be from psychology background or social sciences background, some of you who have just passed out from your schools would be wondering what this subject is all about. What is this psychometric assessment? So I thought in discussion with my colleague that let's give you a brief overview before we move into the assessment part. What exactly is psychology? What exactly is psychometric assessment? So psychology is the scientific study of mind and behavior. And you know, behavior is an action or set of action, which is quite observable as well. Psychologists are actively involved in studying and understanding mental processes, brain functions, and behaviors. Psychology is closely related with medical sciences, social sciences, and education. You may have heard of different types of psychologists, such as clinical psychologists, health psychologists, military psychologists, social psychologists, school psychologists, forensic psychologists, counseling psychologists, industrial and organizational psychologists. So these psychologists, they bring their competencies in the area of assessment. Now, why we would need these assessment? Largely, what psychologists would do, they would conduct psychometric assessments to understand the individual's suitability in any organization, or for choosing, let's say, what career path we would want to have, what career goal we would want to have, or maybe for clinical diagnosis, which would be helpful, especially in the case of mental health or maybe other health related issues. So psychology and psychometric assessments helps in terms of carrying out the different diagnoses, maybe some help which is needed with the lifestyle changes, behavioral changes, etc. But a very, what do you say, based on the evidences. So evidences would get generated based on the assessments, what we do. So two of the such assessments we would be talking to you in a moment. Psychometric testing is basically very helpful to get the information about a person, helping in predicting the behavior. So one of the role of these standardized tools is to also predict the behavior to certain extent so that we are able to predict how the person would be dealing or conducting his behavior in future. Essentially, psychometric tools, they fall into two categories, two main categories. One, which is aptitude or ability testing, and the other one is personality or behavioral testing. So today's session, what we are going to do, all three of would be to you about two such psychometric assessments. One, we are going to conduct an optimism index assessment, and the other would be on self-esteem assessment. So I would just briefly introduce the topic to you and try to see if there is any issue, then we can have discussion. There is a chat box in which you can always respond. Okay. Right.
Sir, we can share the link for optimism index to the participants so that they can start filling it up while we are talking about psychometric assessments.
Okay, sure. So I have already shared it in the chat box. If you can see
Yes,
that.
sir, we can see.
Right?
I can see that.
Yes, okay. So if you see psychometric assessment, what essentially we try to do, as I said, we would be measuring a sample of behavior in any of the psychological tests or psychometric assessment. Then what we try to do is we try to compare using these evidences among two or more number of people, maybe a majority of population in a given time in a place. We try to compare the behavior of the same person in different period of times, so that if there are incremental changes or any kind of change which takes place, can we consider that as a positive change or negative change over a period of time? So this behavioral change, such as, let's say, for example, from risk-taking behavior to safer behavior, is a major positive change. So we try to assess such changes by using psychometric tests, as I mentioned. Now over to Dr. Vikas, who is head of the Department of Amity Institute of Clinical Psychology, to talk about these tests.
Sir, thank you so much, sir. So the first assessment today is optimism, assessment of optimism, which we are going to do by using optimism index. And I'm happy to share with all the students that this test was developed by our own Pro Vice Chancellor ma'am, Dr. Padma Kali Banerjee. And this is a very interesting tool to measure your levels of optimism. And since the research has indicated that optimism is positively related to the academic performance of the students, how well they are adapted to the situations, and is very much dependent and very much related to the ultimate success in life. So from that perspective, this test is very useful. If we talk from the clinical perspective, then also it has a lot of implications. Since the research has highlighted that if the levels of optimism are high, then chances or vulnerability to develop any kind of mental illness is less. And if we see, it can be also seen as an outcome measure to what extent our mental functioning is, to what extent we are able to deal effectively with the environment, to what extent we are adjusted with the surroundings. So I think this is quite an interesting tool, and the link is already shared with the participants. So all participants are requested to please first log in and then start filling up the questionnaire.
So there are a lot of questions coming on the chat. I would request you all to first sign up with your email ID and password, and then you will have to log in, and then questionnaire will be
And the scoring is automated. As soon as you will complete your test, you will also get the scores. Nair sir, we can change the slides. I think,
Yes.
yes.
Okay, so Anjali Dubey, this email and password is your Gmail ID and password, not necessarily the Amity email or password. Many of you might not be having, right?
You can use any registered email ID, not necessarily the Amity email ID.
Also, a lot of you might be wondering why are we conducting this psychometric assessment on you? Some of you might be thinking, oh, is something wrong with me? No, not at all. The entire purpose is if during the pre-lunch session, as you all heard, as pointed out by our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Aseem Chauhan, that we have to be a good human being along with a successful, professional. So to equip you with the requisite soft skills like decision making or stress management, we at Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences would be conducting many workshops on behavioral science for you. And today we are just, helping you assess yourself on these two psychological attributes, optimism and self-esteem. So one thing I would request that just be honest when you're answering. Don't be afraid that, these results will not be shared with anyone. So these will be confidential. The results will come to your mail and our mail as well. So these are for your own records and assessment. The basic motive is that when you pass out after 2 years or 3 years, you have your a record. You can compare, you can take these tests then and see how you have improved. We are all sure that you'll improve. How your optimism has increased, how you have improved on your self-esteem. So please be honest and fill the first spontaneous response that comes to your mind.
Okay, in the chat box, one student has mentioned that the link which has been shared, it is not working.
So, okay, I would request you to, because when you're logging in, it is asking you email and password. So a lot of you might be filling the, the user ID. Don't fill the user ID, email and password.
You can give your own password. There is no other password. You can make your own, create your own password, and it will work.
When you sign up, you will create your password. So type that password and also your email, not your user ID.
Like what Dr. Anupma has mentioned, the behavioral sciences workshops are basically to inculcate those important aspects of our personality, which is linked with value systems, our personality, the kind of conduct we should have, whether it is in an organization or in society. There are scientific evidences which get discussed in these workshops, and these are very hands-on exercises carried out by the colleagues from IBAS and many other departments at university. So you would be having these workshops almost in every semester of your program, and we would be having interactions on regular basis with all of you. So please click, enter your email ID and password and start filling the online assessment. Vikas sir, would you like to talk a little more about optimism index?
Yes, sir, sure, sir. So optimism is a very important psychological capital. And in fact, it is very much related to the levels of resilience also, to what extent the individual is resilient. And I think if you see the current situation, the modern world, there are so many complexities involved, so many demands are there. And optimism is a great enabler from that perspective, that it helps the individual deal with various challenges, whether they are academic challenges, personal challenges, or environmental challenges. So after the participants will fill up the form, they will get the scores on different domains of optimism. So we can move the slides.
Is it moving when I am moving the slides?
No, sir. It is showing instructions. Next slide after instructions.
In fact, I'm moving all the slides.
If you can click manually on this slide that we need.
Because sir, what I can do is I can stop sharing. Maybe the problem would be with compatibility. Shall I do stop sharing so that you can cue your presentation?
Right, right. Sure, sir.
So I am stopping the sharing part. Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, it's visible, sir.
Okay. Because sir, now it is
Just
visible. It seems.
presentation also.
Yeah, I have done that.
Hello.
Dr. Vikas?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I have done that. Means,
Okay,
yeah, you
okay,
can
sir,
go
sure.
ahead. Yes.
Yes, sir. So we can show the different domains of optimism, sir. Maybe next slide. Domains of optimism.
Is it visible now?
Now it is visible. Yes.
Okay. Yes,
So
go ahead.
these are different domains of optimism index. First is the positive emotions. To what extent the individual is able to display the positive emotions like happiness, confidence, etc. So this is one of the domain of optimism. So higher score on this domain indicates maybe that the individual has preponderance of positive emotions, which is related to optimism. Then engagement, to what extent the individual is physically, emotionally, socially engaged with others. This is also very important, to what extent the individual feels engaged with the other people. Then the relationship network, to what extent the individual is connected with people, how strong is his social bonding, etc. Then meaningfulness, to what extent the individual finds his life to be meaningful. And finally, the achievement or sense of accomplishment, to what extent the individual feels that he or she has achieved something in his life. So when the participants are filling up the optimism index, then they will get scores on all these all these 5 dimensions: positive emotions, engagement, relationship network, meaningfulness, and achievement. So it is not necessary that the participants will have higher scores on all these 5 domains. So you can have, say, higher score, say, on any one dimension or any two domains of optimism, which means that that is your strength area, and you should utilize that strength area more and more in your daily encounters. So this is one of the interpretations of it. Few participants, I think, are facing difficulties. This may be due to the network issues, but we will get the details, and maybe later on we can share, we can help you if you are finding any difficulties in getting your scores. Now, these are the scoring aspects of optimism. So the higher the score, the more optimistic you are. And the composite OI scores are interpreted symbolically, depicting 7 colors of the spectrum of visible light, that is VIBGYOR. The score range 276 to 300 is known as vibrant violent. So those individuals who have scored within this range, it indicates that they are vibrant, they are full of life, passionate about their work, and do everything intensely and enthusiastically. The score range from 251 to 275 indicates that the individuals are naturally optimistic and have the capacity to visualize goal accomplishments in the tasks assigned to them. The range 231 to 250 indicates that the individuals are idealistic and hopeful of good things happening. The range 201 to 230 indicates the threshold level of optimism, and such individuals need more external motivation. The range from 171 to 200 indicates that these individuals need some kind of support and guidance. The score range from 131 to 170 means that they need some kind of interventional corrections and mentoring. And the range 100 to 130, that indicates that there is a requirement of immediate interventions. Right, so nothing to worry about. Even if the score range is less, we can still develop the optimistic attitude. So don't worry, even if you are scoring less, the help is available and optimistic attitude can be developed.
Sir, can I ask you a question for the benefit of students? Like in over a period of time, given the situation we are in, do you think that this optimism level would also vary from one situation to another situation? Depending, especially when you are in trouble time like COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes, sir. Sir, I think the optimism, the level of optimism, we cannot say that it does not change. It is not fixed. It may vary with the situations. So it has both personality and situational aspects to it.
So this is a positive.
If we help the individuals deal with the situations, cope with the situations in more adaptive fashion, then also the levels of optimism will go up. So we cannot say that essentially it is a trait. It can be changed. It can vary with situations also. So there is lot of things. There are a lot of interventions which can be utilized in case the optimism levels are low.
Right.
And I think it is a good opportunity. We are going to get scores from so many students, and we have the counseling facility at our campus. So the students can very well utilize those facilities in case they feel that their levels of optimism is low. We can talk to them, we can discuss things with them, and maybe we can do some kind of interventions. And those students who have scored high on optimism index, they will be encouraged to use this positive psychological capital in their day-to-day activities, in their academic journey.
Right. So whenever students have chance to visit the campus, like whenever the pandemic would allow us to meet face to face, please do visit the departments, that is IBAS and AICP, that is Amity Institute of Clinical Psychology and Amity Institute of Behavioral and Allied Sciences, which is in the block T, 4th floor. Okay, there are some students who have written their comments in the chat box. So maybe we can see some of them, they are getting their total marks and all.
So yes, so it will take a while to load your results. So please wait. If you have filled it, please wait.
So for all psychometric
Sir,
assessments,
there is one query that is there any facility of online counseling? Yes, online counseling facility is available in the campus, and on your personal Amazon, you will get the contact details of the professionals who are there. Faculty members from IBAS and AICP are actively engaged in both online and offline counseling. So online counseling facility is available. Somebody has said that my score is 221.
Yes, yes.
Is it worthy?
So the reply is you're worthy of everything, my dear. One, that yes, you fall somewhere in gravitating green, but Of course, you're worthy of every good thing that life has to offer. So only thing is that we all are saying that assess your level, and then to the 2 years or 3 years your stay at Amity, will be working together, your mentors, behavioral science teachers, counselors, to improve the score and put you between 276 and 300. That is the vibrant violet. That will be our joint effort.
Right. One more thing I want to mention, that those who would get low scores, right, would be also because that probably the so-called social desirability bias has not affected your result. That means probably you have responded honestly, which is very much required for any kind of subjective assessment, and that really adds the character what you are. So don't worry, as my colleague Dr. Anupma has mentioned and Dr. Vikas has mentioned, department faculty members, they are there, and you can also have online discussion with us, right? We have a project which is called Joint Advocacy Initiative, Jai, Project Jai. And Project Jai also is trying to develop counseling material and online counseling systems. And we have our phone numbers of respective faculty available at the COVID-19 drop down at the website. So in case if anybody would want to have some kind of consultation, discussion, please feel free to have that discussion. Our phone numbers are there. You please contact us as and when you need to have some discussion on.
And just only looking at the composite score may not be the complete thing. As I mentioned, there are different domains. So maybe you are good in one particular domain, very good in one particular domain. So what I will suggest from here is that you need to utilize that particular aspect to solve your day-to-day problems. So this will enhance your level of optimism, and your scores on other domains will also improve. Then you can also identify your strengths and weaknesses from these particular tests. So please utilize your strengths more and more and try to overcome your weakness by like talking to others, by maybe you can talk to your teachers, maybe talk to the faculty members from IBAS and AICP in case there are any issues related to the mental health. So that way we can do. So this test will is giving information to you about yourself, and there is always a scope for improvement. And as Nair sir has rightly said, that this is not an IQ test. So don't take it like that. So this test is, and many things can affect your results, as we were discussing, that there may be some kind of situational factors.
The last 1.5 years has remained very tough on all of us. Means we have went through different difficult phases in last 1.5 years. So maybe there would be some variations, not the major variations, but some variations. There is a possibility of some variations coming into play. So don't worry. And whenever you have your composite scores done, in case if you want to have discussion on your specific scores, please feel free to contact us. As I mentioned, our details are there at the website. You can easily locate and you can write to us as well. Okay, I'm sure students must have almost completed the tools by now, or they would be working on it.
Sir, there is a question that does OI measure unhealthy optimism also? So OI basically it does not address the maladaptive optimism. The individual may have maladaptive optimism, but this test assesses the adaptive optimism only. Then somebody has shared that my score is 266. Very good. 266 is a very good score on this particular test. Use your psychological capital more and more.
So as mentioned by Vikas sir, in case your scores are low, let's say on one domain, that is positive emotions, right? Don't consider that this would be considered as negative emotion, or so basically we have to see these evidences in the light of the other discussions and details which would be needed to assess the current state of mind of the person. Isn't it, sir?
Right. Very interesting results we are getting, sir. Lot of students are sharing their score on OI. Somebody has scored 300, 275, 251, 266.
Also, I would want to mention here that we should not compare, right? So these are our individual scores, and we should not compare it with individuals with names or personalities who are participating in it, right? So your scores are your own scores, and if it requires some kind of further discussion, that would be good.
Okay. So should we move on to Dr. Vikas to the second?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I hope you have filled the optimism index and written down your scores for yourself. Now, the next part is, of course, as we mentioned in the beginning only, will be assessing your self-esteem. Okay. So before I'm sharing the link for doing the second assessment. It's a Google form. Before I do that, please type in the chat box one quality of yours about which you are very proud of. Any one quality of yours you're very proud of. Okay? Understanding, empathy, forgiveness, lovely. One more punctuality. So nice too. Because usually we are, very quick when we have to talk about others, but sometimes, it takes us a lot of time when we have to tell about our own quality. Somebody said resilience, patience, forgiveness. So nice to hear. Empathetic. So nice to see that somebody is able to work well under pressure. Honesty. Yeah. So this session is about self-esteem, which means how worthy you feel of yourself, how good you feel about yourself. Okay. You don't have to ask somebody that, am I good or not, but you feel that you're proud of yourself. Okay. So I have shared this link with you. You can go through it. First page will require some details, your email ID, your name, your gender. And after you fill it, then you will have 10 questions with again the same thing. There are 4 response categories. Either you strongly agree, disagree, or strongly disagree. So please fill this and so that we can move ahead.
Very interesting comments are coming in the chat box from the
Yes,
students.
sir.
It's very important that we should be very aware of our personality, our social awareness, our own awareness about ourselves, self-awareness. It's very important about us.
Okay, so I'm going to read out names because this is about good things.
Okay.
Aryan Sharma has said that, stubbornness towards what I want to achieve. So nice that you are, you stick to what you want to achieve. Shivani Bansal has said that helping others in any situation. Saloni Khurana, benevolent nature. Mahek Alisha, perseverance. So nice to see that you have all those qualities which Amity wants to inculcate in you, to nurture in you.
In the behavioral science workshops, we would be talking about the virtues which Amitians need to carry with them. Right? We would be talking about the desired values which are needed, and as an Amitian, how we can display those values in the real setting, that is in the social setting or in the work setting, wherever we would be working in future.
So Joseph is compassionate. G. Sharma, empathy and dedication towards work. And I'm sure when you're writing this, when you're thinking about your good qualities, you're feeling good about yourself. So there's a saying that what the thinker thinks, the prover proves. If you think that you're worthy, you will prove it. If you have this negative thought that you're not worthy, you'll prove it. So it's up to you what you want to prove. You are worthy. You're worthy for everything that good things that life has to offer to you.
Very nice. One comment I have just seen, that is somebody said that I am very socially active. The person creates friends.
Manisha Dhi said that she feels very therapeutic, as everyone says that. So I'm sure you have chosen either psychology, nursing, some kind of healing profession, I'm sure.
Very interesting comments are coming. Be calm in all situations. One student has said, sir, I am determined but get distracted easily from my goal. So we need to understand like what are the factors which are linked to your distractions, and we can address those factors so that you can achieve your goals.
Yes, so I think you're very self-aware if you know that you get distracted.
Yes, yes. So understanding both the strengths and weaknesses is important. It's not only the strength which is there, but even if there is any weakness, that needs to be, a person should be aware of the weakness also. That is also part of us. And every individual has strengths and weakness. I am not very good at expressing my feelings when this comment is there.
But I have asked you to focus on what is one thing that you're proud of. Please, right now, just focus on your positive quality.
But I understand others well, very good. I am very straightforward. Is it okay to cry when you can't bear the harshness of situation? Yes. Yes.
In fact, it is very therapeutic.
Expressions of emotions is important. We need to, we should have that ability to express our emotions.
Now, some of you
have
have
analyzed a lot. It helps me more to be more peaceful, being self-aware. Nair is there, Dr. Nair.
be joining back, sir. Okay, so I think we can move to the scoring part.
No, he needs to share the link, I think.
Right,
To share the link.
Okay, sir. I'll do. Dr. Vikas, are you able to see the scoring? Students, what you can do is you can start scoring now for the first item, like which says, I feel that I am a person of worth, at least on an equal plane with others. You can, if you have strongly agree, you can give 4 points. If you agree, only agree, then 3 points. If you disagree, then 2 points. If you strongly disagree, then 1 point. Okay, so the first item, if you strongly agree, 4 points, give yourself 4 points. If you agree, 3 points. Disagree, 2 points. Strongly disagree, 1 point. Now for the first, third, fourth, seventh, and 10th item, you're going to score like this. Strongly agree, 4 points. Agree, 3 points. Disagree, 2 points. Strongly disagree, 1 point. Dr. Vikas, is the scoring slide visible?
No, ma'am, you need to move the slides.
Okay, I'll just.
It is still showing the first
Okay, okay, sir. I'll just.
slide.
I think it is still loading, but I have. For first, third, fourth, seventh, and 10th item, you are going to give yourself 4 points for strongly agree, 3 for agree, 2 for disagree, and 1 for strongly disagree.
In this scale also, the higher the score, higher is your self-esteem.
Now for the second, fifth, sixth, eighth, and ninth, you have to reverse score, which means you're going to give 1 point to strongly agree, 3 points, 2 points to agree, 3 to disagree, and 4 strongly disagree. So for second, fifth, sixth, eighth, and ninth item, the scoring will be reverse. I'm again repeating. If you have said strongly agreed to any of the items, you're going to give 1 point. 2 points if you have said agree. 3 disagree, and 4 strongly disagree. So somebody has mentioned that they fill the form and they do not remember the answer. Maybe you can again open the form and note down and then check and do the scoring. You can again open the link. After you have done the scoring, you can total for yourself. If your scores are between 30 to 40, you are having pretty good self-esteem. Yes, yes, I will repeat again. For the reverse scoring, somebody has asked, you will be giving 1 point if they strongly agree, 2 if they agree, 3 if they disagree, and 4 if they strongly disagree. So, yeah, any score above 20 is pretty okay. Please score 35, which is that you have a high self-esteem, you feel worthy of yourself. If there is a new thing coming, you will take initiative. You're more optimistic.
There could be psychological interventions like counseling, like psychotherapists, or even just talking to an expert, a clinical psychologist or a psychiatrist, right? That can help you in terms of how and what kind of steps which can be taken to improve the self-esteem of a person, right? Because at time it is quite situational, and in case if you work on it, you can definitely improve upon some of the aspects. So don't worry if it is falling short in terms of certain numbers, like the quartile 4 of the scores.
So 24 is not a bad score, but definitely you need to feel good about yourself. You need to work on your, self. Feel really good about yourself. You need to give yourself positive affirmations. You need to tell yourself that you're worthy of everything. You're good enough. So a lot of times we start with something new, and the first thought that a person with low self-esteem has is, am I good enough? Yes, you're good enough. So you have to tell yourself, let me give it a try. I'm good enough.
And there is
Everything is a
nothing,
good score.
yeah,
Yes.
there is nothing like bad score. That's very
Yes.
important. I'm seeing certain comments. Some students are writing, is it bad? It is not bad at all. So in case if you would want to have further discussions, please feel free to contact us and have discussions, right? So it's not even a good score or a bad score. What I would say is, considering the different domains of that particular assessment, you are getting good marks. And based on that, you need to have discussion with an expert to understand the results, to infer the results of particular scale. Every individual is an asset, right? Asset to the family, asset to the community, asset to the university. So we need to value that asset, right? So there is nothing called bad or negative. We have to remain very positive, optimistic about what is happening around us, and we need to stay strong.
So I think then we can.
It is an interesting exercise of self-awareness.
Yes.
You know to what extent you are optimistic. What is the level of your self-esteem, and when you know things about yourself, you can work on them. But as sir has also said, and Anupama madam has said, that there is no good or bad score. It is not your overall reflection. It is reflecting some aspects of yourself. And the good thing is that the interventions are available. There are many things which can be done. It is not fixed. And as Nair sir highlighted, there are many situational factors which may be related to this. And maybe the pandemic situation, sir gave this example. The levels of optimism and self-esteem maybe came down because of this pandemic. So there are situational aspects also which are there. And I think education in itself, education teaches us how to cope better. Irrespective of your field of study, you acquire a repertoire of coping skills when you are engaged in any academic program. So the engagement in academic also may be linked to good mental health. So you have taken that step today. You have entered into a very good institute, and it's not only mental health; it's about your overall functioning sometimes. So in due course of time, you will learn better coping skills, alternative ways to handle different situations, and things like that.
Sure.
So nothing
And
to
as,
worry about, even if the score is less.
yes. And as we said, we have a counseling center which is manned by the faculty members of IBAS and AICP. please feel free whenever the guidelines allow a physical face-to-face reach to the campus, please do visit. And if you have any question, please feel free to have discussion with us. Okay, so we are somewhere around 3:06, like we have 6 minutes past 3 o'clock. So quickly, everybody, if everyone has finished assessment.
Okay, so a lot of them have finished.
Yes.
And again, I will reiterate the same thing that we are just done this assessment for you to assess yourself, and the aim is to improve. Don't go thinking that my score on OI was this and self-esteem is this, what is wrong with me? No. The purpose is just to work on your strengths. So just focus on your strengths. If your self-esteem was 31 or 24, we just need to, by the time in next 2 or 3 years, we want you to be from 31 to 36, from 24 to maybe 32. So we'll just be working on your growth, okay? And as Mr. Samir Kapoor also said in the pre-lunch session that, you know, as you work up in the higher in the ladder, these softer skills are very important. So whether you have taken hospitality management or you have taken engineering, remember these soft skills that you'll be covering in behavioral science, whether that is self-understanding, problem solving and creativity, interpersonal communication. And towards the end, it will be obviously personal and professional excellence. This will give you a lot of strength and you will be really successful both in personal and professional life.
Also, I wanted to announce, though it is part of the orientation program schedule, tomorrow we have a session with an expert, Dr. Brahmadeep Sindhu, who is Chief Medical Officer of District Palwal and himself is a psychiatrist. And the session is on mental well-being, and where our colleagues and probably our Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Dr. Padma Kali Banerjee, would also be there probably during that session. So any question, anything related to your mental well-being, if there is any, you can park it for as of now and you can discuss during the expert session, right? Okay, I think students have done with their assessments.
Yes, sir, they have done so.
Yeah, they have
So
done.
we can move to probably the next session
Yes,
for
sir,
the day.
we can close this session.
Right.
Right. So thank you so much, dear students, for your most active participation and taking interest in these two psychological assessments, that is optimism index and self-esteem. And we look forward to see you in the campus. Dr. Vikas, Dr. Nupma, some departing.
Yes, sir. So thank you all for a very
Thank you,
warm,
everyone.
enthusiastic participation. Remember, the campus is alive. The campus is full of energy because of you. So we are waiting that this pandemic goes soon and you all come to the campus very soon because we feel alive and energetic more when we interact with you in our classes. So lovely to see such warm and enthusiastic children coming to our campus. Dr. Vikas?
Thank you everyone for active participation. And I'm sure that you are going to take advantage of today's session because it's a continuous process. It's not one-time cross-sectional assessment. It is a continuous phenomena. And we are there. So whenever you have any difficulty of any kind, you can contact us in the campus. Thank you so much.
Over to Dr. Charu.
Thank you all. Thank you so very much, sir. I'm sure students will be able to train their mind to believe that good things are on the way. So moving to the next session, we all know that soft skills are character traits and interpersonal skills that characterize a person's relationships with other people. At Amity, our mission is to make our students corporate ready and thorough professionals. A well-groomed personality that exudes confidence is the most sought after requirement in the glitzy corporate world. So Dr. Reena Nigam, head of the department, Amity Skills Institute, has been working in the areas of personality development, grooming, communication, and skill development for the past 25 years. She had worked in prestigious organizations like Standard Chartered, Cognizant, Tech Solution, Modi Xerox, L&T, and Symbiosis. A passionate trainer, author, and blogger, her constant pursuit is to instill values and soft skills in young students, which according to her is the mantra for success. So may I now request Dr. Reena Nigam to please deliberate session on soft skills and etiquette. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charu, and good afternoon, all the students who are present here. I'm really, really happy to meet you all here and hoping to see you on the campus soon too. And now, starting with my session, I'm also going to share a PPT, but just a little introduction to what we're going to do. You would have heard a lot about skills, so they say that there are technical skills, there are soft skills, and the skilling is very, very important. You would have heard our Prime Minister also saying that we have a skill mission and every student, every person should be skilled. So what is this skill that we're going to talk about? And very happy to tell you that we have an Amity Skill Institute here in the university, which takes care of all the skill initiatives here at Amity. So sharing the video that I'm going to share with you all, just let me know if you can see it. I think I need a little help here. Dr. Charu, not able to share my PPT.
Okay, let me see, ma'am. Just give me.
Ma'am, please check. Reena, ma'am.
Oh, yes, I can see it now. So I hope I'll be able to do it now. Oh, great. So are you all able to see my PPT, Dr. Charu? Are you?
Yes.
Do you think it's
yes,
visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, so like I was telling you, that skilling is extremely important, and at Amity we take care of a lot of skills. And now I'm going to tell you a little about what is skill mission in India, and then I'm going to tell you about what kind of skilling we are into. So I'm sure you all can recognize this symbol. This is the Government of India symbol regarding the skills, and we know that we need a lot of skilled people here. Now, when we talk about our
Dr. Reena?
Yeah.
Dr. Reena, ma'am? Can you make your slides in a full present slide share mode?
Sure. I'll do that. Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am. It's fine.
So it's fine now.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so we always say that India is one of the youngest nations. And we say that because most of our population is under 25 years of age. Now, with so much of demographical advantage that we have here, that people are young, they can be skilled, they can be employed, they can migrate to other countries and fulfill the skill requirement of other countries also. So we decided that every student that we have at Amity also should be skilled in specific sectors. And before that, we would also like to tell you that there is a difference between the talent and the skill. And the good thing is that talent is something that we are born with, and skill is something that can be honed. So even if we don't have any particular skill, we can work towards it, and we can develop that skill in us. So when we talk about skilling at Amity, these are the things through which we try to skill our students. So we have a lot of industry integrated programs. We have affiliation with NSTC, which is National Skill Development Corporation, and we do a lot of internal trainings. We have some government funded programs, and then you would hear about open elected. So we have some specific skill tracks through which also we try to give you particular skills. We have skill tracks in apparel, and then we have skill tracks in hospitality. Okay, some of the pictures I'm going to show you here are from those very important events when we conducted trainings here. We are conducting some skill funded programs. You can see our students dressed in chef uniforms. So we are doing some hospitality tracks, and then we do some miming and some dramatics and a lot of things that are related to skills. We have some programs in solar. These students in yellow, they are the solars. They are doing, they are taking training in solar skills. So, and of course, language related programs and a lot of other programs. So NSTC and Skill India, these are the missions that we are affiliated with, and through which we have some government funded programs also. Some of these terminology, NSTC, of course, it's a National Skill Development Program Corporation, NOS, NSQF, QP are qualification packages, and then there is a National Skill Qualification Framework. All of these are related to the skill mission of India. There are certain skill sectors. I have named here a few: retail, construction, IT, life sciences, hospitality. So as you have these sectors related to industry, there are specific skills that are recognized, and then there are certain programs that are recognized based on that skills. And yes, we train all of you when you come to the campus on these specific skills. So a lot of programs are organized, and a lot of events are organized which are related to these skills. Okay, now the open elective track that I was talking about, so there is apparel, there's fashion design, there are some advanced food service and beverage services on which you are being trained. If you choose to, that is not compulsorily, but if you choose to select one of these skill tracks, then you would be trained on these skills. And later, if you decide, you can also get a certificate, the Government of India certificate of these skills. Okay. Some other tracks, you would have other people who are going to explain to you about these open electives that we have. I'm sure all of you will soon come to know about it, and then you'll be able to decide as to which skill you want to be trained on. Okay, so we all know that if we are skilled, we are going to get better employability, we'll be employable, we'll get better chances in future, and of course, we are all working towards it. We are all working towards a future. We are all working towards a future success, and that would be possible if you decide to get skilled. Okay, some events, photographs we are showing here that we have been conducting. You can see there was a medical sales and marketing program. There's something to do with fine arts, something to do with bakery and hospitality, and some legal workshops we organized, because when I told you that there are skills related to all the sectors that we have, so we also decide that all the skills, the event should be organized based on all the skills. So these are some more events, and some more, because we continuously organize these events. And of course, would expect all of you when you are on the campus to join these small trainings or big trainings or long trainings. Yeah, just be a part of it. So you can the world of these. So this was about Amity Skill Institute. Like I told you, if you have the will, we have the skills. Okay, now coming to our specific training that we are going to do. This is about etiquette. And why are we doing this training? We're doing this training because we want to make you corporate ready. So our mission is, right from the day you enter the campus, our mission is that you get that corporate feel and your personality also is honed as per the corporate soft skills that are required. We have technical skills, of course, when you do all the degree programs and when you do the certification and other things, you get the skills which are related to technical skills. But there are other soft skills also, which are very important. You were doing the psychometric test. This was about who you are. Okay, it's extremely important to understand who you are. And people who are sensitive towards other people, who are they have confidence, they have the personality, they become more successful in life. Okay, and that is why the stress, this specific stress on the skills are the soft skills. Okay, so in Amity, when you come, there would be a communication class, which is communication skill class, which all of you will have to take compulsory. It's really important, and I hope that all of you are serious about it, because this is how we have divided the programs as vector skills, presentation skills, how you read and comprehend, then corporate communication, employability skills, in which we tell you about the interviews and group discussions and other things, and then a workplace communication, which is the formal communication. And then those who are taking the PG courses, so then we have a different group of modules which talks about the corporate communication, basic of communication, interpersonal communication, and cross-cultural communication. So as you grow in Amity, you also grow in your communication and behavior science. Okay, so talking about etiquette. Now, when we talk about etiquette, we feel that probably if we read a book or something in which all the etiquette are given, are written, we'll just read it and we'll understand all the etiquette. So I'm afraid that is not the case, because etiquette is not that you learn from a book and learn. It is about a specific place. So you have different etiquette and different places and different spaces that you occupy. And that is why if you learn these three things about etiquette, which is the 3 C's of etiquette, I think you will never have a problem in following etiquette. So the 3 things and these magic 3 C's of etiquette are about consideration, custom, and common sense. Okay, so consideration, that means you're considerate to. And when we talk about these people, we could be talking about the people you have at home, your parents, your siblings, and your grandparents, and other relatives. Then we talk about your peer group, your classmates, the people you meet in college, the people you meet at workplaces. You consider, and of course, we would be talking about what kind of consideration we are talking about. You would, when you see a person crossing the road and you feel that the person could be probably there is some kind of problem or issue with that person, and because of which the person is finding it difficult to cross the road, you simply go and help that person to cross the road. So you're being just considerate. Or when you don't hear very loud music, because you know that there are others who could not be as happy as to enjoy that very loud music. So you lower the volume, and the music then is only for you and not for the people around. So you're just being considerate, right? So there could be thousands of example of being considerate. Then we come to the custom. Okay, so there are certain customs specific to a place. So when you go to a village, there would be a custom. There would be some custom. When you go to your grandparents' place, there would be some customs related to that particular place. The kind of community you belong to, you would have custom. Now, following these customs are important, because in that specific place, that becomes a custom. For example, coming to college and coming to college, you follow certain customs. For example, you of course you have fun times also, but then you are considerate and you follow the custom of just keeping quiet in the class. That is the custom which are related to the classroom, right? And several others that you follow when you're in a specific place. When you go to movie hall, you know that you have to switch off or put your cell phone in the silent mode. Why? Because there's a custom there, right? When you go to a wedding, you are dressed in your best attire. That's a custom. You don't go in informal, clothing when you attend a wedding. So following these become etiquette for that particular occasion or place. Then comes the common sense. So there are certain etiquette that are related to common sense. For example, when you are in the elevator and you feel that you have to get out first, if that is the case, you don't go to the end of the elevator and don't stand there, because you know that if you have to come out, you will have to push sharply. That will be very inconvenient. So just follow the common sense, and that means you're following the best etiquette, right? So these 3 C's should be the gospel of your campus life and later on when you join the workplace. Extremely important. Okay, so let me tell you right in the beginning that I'm not trying to kill the fun of being on the campus. I know you all are looking forward to coming to the campus, and I am also looking forward to meeting you all of you. So not killing the fun. It would be fun. Let me assure you, college is a lot of fun. Let me tell you, and a college like Amity is extreme fun. It's very good. So, but I think your fun would be enhanced. You'll have more fun if you follow these very simple rules. I think you would be away from all the what should I say, the uncomfortable situations if you follow these few etiquette related to classroom, the corridor, the campus, the elevator, and then of course when you are using the social media, because that also has become very important part of college life. So following a little netiquette, and then personal grooming and business etiquette, right? So coming to classroom etiquette. Now we all know that when we are in the classroom, and if you're paying attention, we will not have problems in later days when you're in the taking the exams, because I think whatever teacher tells you there is extremely important, and they explained very nicely, and they give you the right analogies and examples which are etched in your mind, and then when you finally go take your assessment, all these things keep coming back, and then you're able to do very well. So I think the first etiquette which is related to classroom is that you take responsibility of your education. If you want to do really well, then it's good that you pay attention in the class. Okay, then coming to this responsibility that you attend all the classes, because you miss one class and then you lag behind, and then you would be running helter-skelter after your fellow students that give me your notes and what happened, and maybe you go and tell the faculty, and the faculty ask you, why were you not in the class? And also, let me tell you that attendance is taken very seriously at Amity. So it would be important for you to attend all the classes. Yeah, punctuality matters, because when you're punctual, you are respecting yourself and you're respecting your class, the studies, and also you're respecting the faculty. So reaching the class before the faculty reaches would make the class more amicable, because most of the time we meet this uncomfortable situation when the students come much later after we have already entered the class, and then we are wasting time asking them questions like, why weren't you not there, and so on and so on. So this punctuality becomes very important. And also let me tell you that this punctuality becomes a custom when you are in college life, And if you imbibe it now, later when you join the work area, work arena, I think it will help you, because now something that you imbibe in college will help you in your, it becomes part of your life. And punctuality also, if you follow it religiously when you are in college, it becomes a part of your life, and then you'll never be late. And if you're never late, I think it is one of the most important mantra of success, right? Okay. Now, when we come to the college, we think that well, we are all friends, and it's not like school that you have to now say good morning and all that formal thing that you had to do in school. So well, I would say that yeah, college is a lot of fun, but the teachers are teachers after all. They are your gurus, and they're going to give you a lot of knowledge. So if you give them respect, I think you would also learn to respect yourself. That is another quality that you're going to imbibe here in college. So please see that you know, although all there's a lot of fun in talking to the teachers, and the teachers here are very, very friendly. And I'm not saying that you have a strong line marked here that okay, you cannot cross the line. You can be friends with your faculty, but with a certain amount of respect. And that respect, the line of respect, should never be crossed. And then comes the private conversation in the class. So again, I think we all, when we were in school, we used to do it, telling our friends something through eyes, because it's so, enthused about telling them something, and we are not able to do it because there's strict discipline in the classroom. Okay, so these private conversations, I know we all want to do it, but I think when you are in college and the studies become more serious, I think these private conversations should be kept for the private time. And if at all you want to have a conversation where you think that your teacher can also be a part of it, your faculty can also be a part of it, yeah, you're most welcome, because I think making classroom interactive is what we all wish to do. All the faculty wants that the students should respond. So of course, that kind of discipline won't be there, that way you cannot just speak, you can speak. You can have your queries in the class, and they would be solved. That conversation is very important, but having the private conversation, which is happening between just two people, is of course not welcome in the classroom. So that etiquette also we need to follow. Okay, keeping your cell phones in silent mode. Yes, please, because you know that it distracts, and it distract the teacher, it distract others who are trying to pay attention, and there is a flow of thought when we are teaching, but a phone rings and everything is gone. Okay, so again, it can create very uncomfortable situation in the class. So please, please, please remember to keep your cell phones in silent mode when you're in the class. Okay, you would be asked to do a lot of assignments. So when you're doing your assignment, please, as I requested you to be punctual in the class, be punctual about these assignments, because everything goes awry if the submissions are not on time. We also have to meet our deadlines, and deadlines are all gone if you do not submit your assignments on time. So that is, again, I'm saying, is a part of etiquette. Think it's consideration, you're considerate towards your class fellows and your teachers when you're giving your assignment on time, and you're also following the custom of course, you would be having the deadlines, and the teachers are going to tell you that they're very strict about it. They would be strict about it. You're going to lose out a lot if you do not give your assignment on time. Okay, the very, very important point that I'm going to talk about here is coming to the class prepared. Just now told you that we want the classes to be interactive. Okay, so how would you ever interact if you have not prepared, beforehand? So if you have a little idea of as to what is going to be discussed in the class, what kind of deliberations happening in the class, you would be more interactive, you would be more interested in the subject. Now imagine a situation where just come to the class and you know nothing about what is going on. There you yourself will face a lot of issues. So it's better to come to the class prepared. Okay, now talking about the corridor etiquette. Okay, once you're out of the class, remember the school days, we just run, there's a bell ringing, and the moment you hear that the class is over, the school is over, just start running helter-skelter. You want to be the first to reach the gate. Well, that doesn't happen in the college, of course. What happens is that, yeah, your class gets over after an hour, and then you start walking. Now, whatever private conversation you had in the mind, you think that is the best time to now start that conversation. So you just quickly go to your friend and you start talking. And what happens that you're still in the corridor, you're walking and you're talking. And if it is a light conversation that you're having, you laugh it loud. Well, yeah, it's fun, although it is fun. What happens that there are other classes which are going. Your class is over, but there will be other classes, and they get disturbed. So now each time you are in the corridor, you're requested to walk fast. First of all, don't go very slow, because again, it would be inconvenient for the teacher, because there would be the noise of the footsteps and all sort of conversation that is happening in the corridor. So that murmur can be felt by the teacher, and it's very distracting. Of course, the students who are sitting in the classroom also get distracted and start looking forward to the end of the class, because, well, they also want to have fun, right? So it's better that we walk fast in the corridor and reserve the time of that private conversation. So once we have crossed the corridor and we have reached the cafeteria or the open area, you're most welcome to have your private conversations. Then is the right time. Giving way, because sometimes the corridors get very cramped, although we have a lot of space in our corridors, but still, when everyone's leaving from the class, these corridors would get cramped. So just see that if somebody is walking through, it could be your vice chancellor, could be your pro vice chancellor, could be some very important person, some faculty. I think everyone's important here at Amity. So make sure that you give way to these people. Again, just a little etiquette you show towards your teacher, a little respect you show towards these people who are giving you all their knowledge and all their time, all their efforts. It just feels so nice when the students let you pass and they say, "Ma'am, you first." And suddenly you become you feel very good about the students, and also feel very good about yourself. So these small courtesies, these small sensitivities can go a long way in creating a very amicable, a very beautiful environment around you, right? Again, stopping at the middle of the hallway is again going to create a lot of inconvenience. Just avoid that. Okay. When you are on the campus, and I'm sure you all are looking forward to this beautiful campus that we have. It's green, it's surrounded with mountains. It has some peacocks and lovely birds and butterflies. Beautiful, right? Now, you definitely will enjoy the fairs, the events that happen here. You will enjoy it more if you follow certain etiquette, because again, remember that you have to, the value that you're imbibing here will always remain with you. Okay, so the manners, the good conduct that you imbibe here will help you in your later life. So again, the standards of dress, for example, and I'm going to discuss this in detail after some time. So what kind of dress you wear, what kind of behavior you have, what kind of language you're using when you're on the campus, it should definitely be different from what you have at home or outside when you're just in your with your peer group and the friends. It has to be a little different. Yeah, it will be fun, but again different, because you maintain some standard when you're on the campus. So you're polite with people, okay, and you do not use any language which can be objectionable, right? So that, then when you're in the classroom, you take some notes. Then when you're in the classroom and suddenly you get a phone call or something, or some friend is calling from outside, don't leave unless you have taken the permission of your faculty. Again, showing a little respect to your teacher, and not just leaving and just barging out of the class. No, unless you have taken polite permission from your faculty. And of course, you will go out if it is extremely important. Your faculty will not object to it. But if you suddenly announce a departure, it would be inconvenient and uncomfortable for your teacher. Right? A beautiful library awaits you. So just make sure that you visit this library very often and whenever you have free time, because first of all, it will give you knowledge. It will also help you utilize your time, and also there would be certain etiquette related to library, which all of you are already aware that of course you cannot have your cell phones blaring when you're in the library. It's not a cafeteria, of course. You cannot have your friends and have your private conversation there, and so on and so forth. I'm sure you all already know it, so I don't have to explain that in detail. Elevator etiquette. Okay, once you're in the elevator. Now, you all have been the part of some societies. Elevators have become the most common thing. So when you hear about these elevator etiquette, I think it's going to help you outside the campus also. And each time I am in elevator, I feel even now, because when I see the people how they're behaving in the elevator, these are very awkward moments. You're stuck with one person in the elevator or a bunch of people, especially now when you have this corona time and you know that you cannot be very close to each other because of the social distancing that is required, not social, the physical distancing that is required here in the elevator. So knowing these elevator etiquette will really help. So first of all, one side, if you stand at the side of the elevator when you're waiting in the elevator, and when you're at the side, it is easier for other people to exit, and they will definitely not have to uncomfortably push you or be rude. They're saying that's just please let me go. That kind of a thing will not happen if you already have made sure that you're occupying the space that is in the elevator nicely and appropriately. So there is a lot of space in the elevator, so standing with some distance from people would really help. Okay, now I see this in college and in other places where I use the elevator, that people who are getting into the elevator do not wait for people who are getting out of the elevator, and that happens in the metro also. You would have also noticed. So I think those who are going out should get the privilege of leaving first, and then you can enter. Of course, there would be more space also if you're entering the elevator when it is kind of empty and unoccupied, and because you have allowed everyone else to leave. Now, what happens that people are in such a hurry to get into the elevator that they forget that there are certain people who are waiting to go out of the elevator also. So don't do that. Now, another thing is that people like to hold the gate for their near and dear ones. Again, don't do that, because everyone has problem of the time. You are rushing, especially in our country, we're rushing all the time. We're rushing for a classroom. There's cafeteria time, and there's canteen time where your friends are waiting. So now you're holding the elevator, you're making others very uncomfortable. So please don't do that. And if, of course, you're alone in the elevator and there is somebody who is rushing towards the elevator, it would be a very considerate thing to hold the elevator for that person, because there are not 2,000 people waiting outside the elevator. Just one person, and you're the only. So that you will show a lot of courtesy towards that person. You hold the elevator for that person, and of course, please do not hold the door for more than 15 to 20 seconds if you're in a crowded elevator. Okay. Again, when you see that the elevator is really full, and especially in these corona times, don't get in the elevator. You can can wait for the next one. It will come very, very fast. Or especially in our Amity campus, there are staircases where you can use that also. I think you all are young, and taking the steps rather than the elevator would be more, I mean, it's going to be a healthy practice also. So do that. And yeah, if you're standing near the buttons of the elevator and the other person who's just entered is not able to reach it because the elevator is very crowded, then you can help that person by asking that person which floor he is going to, and you can press the button for that person. Okay, again, to see that when the door is open, those who want to go out are able to go out, and so you give them sight, or you sometimes have to go out of the elevator to give them sight. You know, it is again going to be very courteous, very polite of you, and people are going to really appreciate it. So again, the consideration that I was talking about, this is how you show sensitivity and consideration towards people. And if you're at the back and you see that it would be difficult for you to get out, you can announce that I have to come out the next floor, please give way, and I'm sure everyone's going to oblige, rather than, you know, suddenly announcing that it is in my floor and then pushing people. Again, you know, we create a lot of bad vibes if we do this rough kind of behavior, show this rough behavior, and we look better, of course, and it's sweeter and friendlier if you show these basic courtesies. Okay, talking about the social media that we spoke about, we are on Facebook and we are using social media extensively. Some of us are using Twitter also. Now, using social media responsibly becomes very, very important. So, of course, when I meet you personally, it's going to be a more elaborate discussion. But here, I'm going to just tell you very few points that will help you to have a better behavior on the internet. Right? So first of all, when you're posting something on the internet, you're posting it, you're kind of creating proof. Okay? You will not be able to quickly delete it. Of course, you know, if you delete it within seconds, it's all right. But by the time you realize that you have posted something wrong, I think a lot of people would have already read it. Right? And then you have already created a bad or a poor impression on the internet. So that is why I think we have to be extremely conscious when we are putting something on the internet, whether it's Facebook or WhatsApp or whatever. Right? So again, the basic courtesy which is related to the writing on the internet is that you don't write everything on the caps. So when you do everything on the caps, it appears that you're shouting your words. Okay, and when you do when you write everything in the small letters, then it appears that you're just being lazy. Okay, so what you need to do is that you have to write on the internet exactly the way you write on your notebook, or when you're writing your exams, when you're writing your assignments, where you are very, very particular about the grammar you use, the syntax or the punctuations. Yeah, please follow those rules, because you're creating an impression, and if you write well on the internet, then you are going to create a better impression, and people would know that, you know, this is somebody who's appears to be aware and well read. Right? Avoiding sarcasm. Again, a lot of people, and I think it becomes a part of the fun that you start sarcasm on the internet. You know, you pick up your victim and then you say all sort of things. A lot of people are extremely sensitive towards their public image. They're more conscious, and you don't really come to know that how the other person is going to react to your joke or to sarcasm. So I think it is best to avoid it, because let's not hurt anyone's sensitivity. Let's not hurt anyone's personal ego, and that is why it is best to avoid anything which is unpleasant on the internet. Okay, punctuations and grammar already spoken about. Respecting the opinions of others. Now these days we have very strong ideology, and people just think nothing before putting the ideology on the internet. Now, also realize that by doing that, you are creating enemies. You're creating people who are going to hate you for, because if it is something which is hurting someone's sensitivity or religious sentiments or their cultural sentiments, because now you are coming to an environment where you are meeting people from sections of society, from different cultures, from different nationalities, and when you pinpoint their sensitivities, they're going to get hurt. So why have this unpleasant vibes on the internet? Because ultimately it is going to affect you personally also, right? So just be more responsible before using the internet. Now, respecting others' time and bandwidth. If you're sharing a lot of content, very heavy content, which is going to take a lot of space in people's devices, or are going to use their bandwidth unnecessarily, I think you could avoid it. Because again, everyone is very protective of their bandwidth and very protective of the space that they have. They want to save something, and you're unnecessarily cluttering their space in the device. So that can be avoided. Now, when you are writing an email to people, just make sure that this is not the text language that you use when you're writing a WhatsApp message, because email becomes very formal. WhatsApp message can still be personal, especially if it is not on a group, it is one-on-one. Yeah, it can be informal depending upon what kind of relationship you share with the other person. But when you're writing an email, it has to be strictly formal. So that differentiation should always be there. Use proper grammar to read it, so you do not have any silly mistakes, because you are being judged after all, and not by just one person, but thousands of people when you're posting something. So little more conscious you have to be when you're posting something. Okay, when you're confronting somebody on the internet, or when you are pinpointing their mistakes, grammatical mistakes. I've seen people saying that, oh, your English is very poor, or your knowledge is very poor. Again, you're hurting people's sentiments. You're humiliating them on a public portal. Avoid doing it, because while you are hurting somebody else's sentiment, you're also somebody said that you're not able to hear me. Am I not audible, Dr. Seema? Dr. Charu?
No, madam, you are very much audible. We can hear you properly.
We can hear you clearly.
Okay, so one student just said that I'm not audible.
So maybe there is some issue.
Maybe there's some problem at his end.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I can hear you clearly now.
So those who are not able to hear me, please check your connection. It could be because of that, because I think I'm otherwise audible. Okay, somebody said that I'm audible. Thank you so much. Okay, so yeah, so I was talking about the humiliation that you cause to people on internet. Again, only you're judging people, but you're also being judged. So I think again, you will have a lot of people hating you. There will be a lot of people judging you, and saying things like that you have attitude and you're rude, things like that. Again, when we talked about the 3 C's of etiquette, we talked about consideration. I think there should be a very, very thick underline on the word consideration and sensitivity. Do not hurt people's sensitivity, and this world will be a better place to live in, right? When everyone is polite towards everyone is pleasant towards everyone, I think this would definitely be a better world. And especially when we see the contemporary society and we see people hurting each other's sentiments, I think that where is it taking us? It's not taking us anywhere. We will definitely be better human beings if we care about each other's sensitivity. Okay, now coming to the grooming part. Again, when you come to the college, you feel that, okay, now is the time when you can just shed your uniform and you can wear your fancy clothes. So yes, I would say definitely, why not? You can wear your fancy clothes, but again, there should be a very, very decisive line as to what kind of fancy clothes, because ultimately I always tell my students that when you walk in the public arena, the focus should be on you rather than on what you're wearing. Okay, because something which is neat and something which is classy and stylish will definitely enhance your personality. But something which is very sorry, Bollywood, it will take away the focus from you to your dress. And I feel that when you are in a formal setup or when you are in college, where the purpose, the objective of your coming to the campus is to gain knowledge and gain personality and gain confidence, then I think we should, when people talk about us, they should talk about for all the good reasons, rather than saying that, oh my God, what is he or she wearing? So this kind of comment, if we can avoid, and again work on our personality, that would be a better thing. So why so much stress do we give on grooming? I think what we are uh, is also decided by the kind of grooming we have, because we are judged when you are roaming around the streets, or when you are on the college campus. People look at us and people judge. So they say, and I'm going to tell you, it's extremely important. Please learn it today, that the 5 to 7 seconds that when a person sees you is the decisive time when they create an impression about you. Okay, so that beside how you think, I'm sure the day you're looking good and neat, you feel better, and your thoughts are also positive, right? You want to behave also. You just look very amicable, and you want to behave nicely and politely, and that is why so much of a stress. No, so there is no particular dress code. We have the dress code for some MBA students, and we have dress code for some hospitality students or nursing students. But generally, no, there is no dress code. Or yeah, there could be dress code for those days which are important days. For example, if you have a formal event, then you're expected to be dressed in formal wear. I think fair enough, because yes, we are being groomed here, and we are learning that how we can look the best and create the best impression, right? So that is why I think grooming becomes extremely important. So like I told you, the 3 to 5 to 7 seconds, that is all you can stretch it. This is when your impression is created, and this impression is very difficult to break. So if your first impression is good, they say that the first impression is the best impression for no other reason but this, that once you have created a good impression, people would like to believe that you're good, and this will go a long time unless you do something which is horrible and that impression is broken. The good impression will last, and if that lasts, then people are going to be nice with you. But if the first impression is bad, then it would be very difficult to break that impression that you have created. And even if you do everything to please them, and later on you become very friendly and very nice, it will take you a little time to break that poor impression that you had created on the first. So just see that, have you skipped shaving, or you looking neat and nice? I think you would have created a better impression. Your bad hair day, just be more sure about how you look, and if your hair are crumpled or disheveled, no, I think you can do a little to make it look neat. And when I say neat, I'm not saying that you go to the best stylist in the city and get your best style from there, styling from there. No, just neat. I think the underlying word here is being neat, right? Then clothes, are they crumpled or are they nicely and neatly ironed? If they are, then you definitely look better to people and neat to people, right? So some of the checklist, I think I don't have to pay too much of attention here. But again, the initial thing that I spoke about, that if you are, over the top, if you are the one who's going for over the top dressing as a rule, then again, unfortunately, your the focus is going to be on your dressing. Of course, some of the fashion school students will definitely look different because that is going to be their very important trait. But if you are any other college students and your focus is only on dressing and not on other issues, then of course you would be spoken about for all the wrong reasons. Again, I'm talking about over the top dressing would be a very Bollywood dressing, and something which is classy, which is stylish, is, by all means you wear it. And most importantly, it should be neat. So clothes and not smelly. I think cleanliness and hygiene should be your focus. Just make sure that you just, as Aniki, just got up from the bed and leave the classroom. I think that would be a little too much. And so just make sure that when you go to the class, you're very neat, you're looking very neat, you're wearing the right clothes, and yeah, you people enjoy your company. Not that they feel that, okay, this guy is a little untidy and wouldn't like to be in the company of this guy or girl. So when I say over the top, I'm talking about flamboyant. Like, we have a lot of examples of people. So when we see them on screen, we admire them and we want to be like them. But again, you think of the custom that you have in the college. The custom is to be informal, to be to look classy, and to look respectful, right? And that is why we would request you to avoid very flamboyant kind of dressing. Again, comfortable clothes. If, for example, a girl student coming with jingling bangles, and when she's walking the corridor, there's this sound which otherwise, in a particular environment where that kind of a thing is allowed, looks or feels very nice. But in classroom, when your chum chum sound may not be appreciated, so just make sure that you're comfortably dressed, or you're wearing something which is very uncomfortable and it is making you uncomfortable. So again, it will distract others, it will distract you, and you won't feel very confident, right? Of course, you all know that the whole thing is to look neat, whether it's your face and whether it's your hair. Okay, your shoes should be shiny, and this is particularly, I'm talking about men, so they should wear shiny polished shoes. And again, their belt should match the shoes. Like they say that the leather should match the leather, so it would be preferable that what you're wearing, if you're wearing a black shoe, then your belt color is also black, and then the color of your socks should meet or to match the color of your trousers. So these are the small things that make you look really smart. Again, if you're wearing formal trousers, then make sure that you're not wearing shoes which are sporty. And if you're wearing your denims, then formal shoes will look out of place. So just match them nicely. So if you're wearing your denims and you're wearing something casual, then make sure that your shoes are also casual. And if you're wearing formal trousers, then your shoes should also be formal. Right. Talking about girls, so I think a lot of attention is being paid to what girls wear. And again, I would say that wear something which is classy, wear something which is comfortable. And if you're wearing heels, then make sure that they are not making your gait uncomfortable, or they're not making you uncomfortable, or there's this, in the corridor and there's this tuck, 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 tuck sound, it distracts everyone. So avoid wearing those kind of shoes. Okay, for girls, nails you should not wearing glaring colors of nail paint, and they should be neat. They should look nicely trimmed. I'm not saying that you should not go for any kind of, you should cut your nails like we were asked to do in school. No, not that, but yeah, they should look neat. They should look classy, like I've been telling you. Never. I am not able to see the question, but I'm sure I'll be able to spend the question sometime in answering those questions. So please wait with me, and we will definitely have 5 minutes for these question answers. Okay. Right. Okay, now the professional attire for men is this. So I've just shown you in picture. So whenever there is a great event, and whenever you're going for an interview or something, or when you are representing Amity, just make sure that you are dressed formally and neatly. So this is what you can wear, and these are the ties. So just avoid these, goofy ties, and wear something which is formal, like given in the picture. For girls, this is what the formal wear is, and we all know. Again, if you're not very comfortable in sari, we won't say that you have to just wear saris or something. But yeah, this, if you're comfortable, by all means, you should. There is no restriction as to what one should wear. But of course, again, I want you to understand one thing, that you should avoid unpleasant attention. That is all is required. Okay, just a little time I would spend in the kind of language. So just make sure that your language is courteous, it's polite, and again, it is not abusive. Because sometimes I hear the word and I simply turn around and tell the person that please remember that you're on the college campus and you're supposed to use the language which is acceptable by all and is not unparliamentary. We are from all the regions of the country. We are coming from different states. Again, just make sure that you speak in a language which is understood by all, because the moment you start speaking in your own regional language, of course, when you're in your group, you're most welcome. But when you're on this occupying a public space, just make sure that you're speaking the language that is understood by all, so nobody is suspicious as to what you are talking about. Right? So these are the very few things. Avoid colloquial language. Avoid those terms which can be hurtful, because in your language maybe it is acceptable, in other languages it may not be acceptable. So just avoid using the words which you think that can be misunderstood. Again, be a little sensitive towards people. Proximity. We all know that we communicate through body language also, and we use language. But what we communicate through our body language is also read and is also comprehended. So when we talk through space, or when we talk through other means, when through our conduct and through our behavior, we have to be very conscious. So every act of ours has some repercussions, some consequences. We are being judged for whatever we say and how we behave. So the kind of space one has to use, and please see these four areas very, very carefully. We have a public zone, we have a social zone, we have a personal zone, and we have an intimate zone. When you are in public, where people are more or less not known, then please maintain a distance. When you are in the bus or in the train, or in areas where you don't know many people, so just make sure that your distance, your social the distance is enough. So it's 12 feet here. Then you are in social zone where you know people, but again, you have to maintain a certain distance. So when you're meeting people for the first time, just don't show unnecessary intimacy with these people. Just maintain a distance so people don't misunderstand you. I am requesting to please follow the rules of proxemics for all of you, okay? Because then you're not misunderstood if you're doing that. Personal zone is when you know a person really, really well, he or she is your friend, then yeah, you can lessen the distance. And of course, intimate zone, when you're bum chums and you're very, very close with each other, that is the time when you can, of course, hug people, you can hold their hand. But again, the other person should accept that behavior, and the other person is not comfortable, then please maintain the distance. Do not unnecessarily touch or hug people unless they are okay with it. Okay, so whenever you are violating the space, and this is the rule of proximity, when you're keeping your bag on somebody else's desk, or you're standing very close and the person is feeling uncomfortable. Okay, so people have their own spaces, and you cannot violate that space unless that person agrees to it. So do not just barge into someone's room unless that person is okay with it, right? So that kind of a thing. And of course, like I told you, that unnecessarily hugging and touching, yes, by all means, if it is acceptable to people. Okay, so this is the end of my presentation, and I will stop sharing this. And sorry. I will stop sharing. Right. So any questions here? And I see a lot of questions. Dr. Charu, can I spend 5 minutes in answering these questions? Do we have time?
We are already running late, but you can take up through 2-3 questions, ma'am, quickly, please.
Just quickly, I'll see there's a lot of questions here. Okay, so are we allowed to wear dresses? I think this must have come from a girl student. Yes, by all means, you can wear dresses. But again, just see that the dress is something where you're not getting too much of attention. If you're getting too much of attention because of that dress, then maybe it is not advisable. Otherwise, if it is classy and stylish, yes. But again, we all know that what kind of dresses we can wear in public spaces and what kind of dresses we cannot. So just adhere to that rule. Someone has asked, are shorts fine? Keep lengths, not short ones, yeah, knee lengths. Again, it depends how you're able to carry it. There is no written rule as to what should be the length of your dress. But again, if a very short dress is getting unnecessary attention, then avoid it, because I think it is for your own comfort and security. See, we are not any Taliban, or we are not trying to give you say that you cannot you have to strictly adhere to some dress code. It is from our side, there's no rule as such, but again, I will emphasize on the point that make sure that that dress does not give you any unnecessary attention, and for your own safety. So that is extremely important.
We are already running short of time, ma'am, so we can take up questions a little later.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, thank you so much, Dr. Charu, for giving me this time. And I'm sure when we are on the campus, we can answer all your questions. So thank you so much, and bye, and looking forward to meeting you all on the campus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reena, for such an interesting workshop. I'm sure students would have been benefited with your importance advice on soft skills and etiquette. So for the next session, may I now hand over the session to Dr. Ranjana. Dr. Ranjana, are you there? Dr. Ranjana?
No, Charu, I'll be taking the session.
Okay,
Ranjana
sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. I am Major General Gurpal Singh Bal. I am the Dean of Students Welfare, and I'll be interacting with you quite a bit. You can say that besides your academics, you'll be coming to me for practically everything, because I'm looking after the students' welfare. All students' affairs are handled by me. Also, the hostel security is also handled by me, and the military training camps that you have been told in the morning. So I once again like to welcome all of you to the campus. You're all freshers. Wonderful having you. And the only thing is that we are missing you on campus. And I do hope that in the next few months, the campus opens up and you people can come. Now, today, basically, I want to talk to you about the clubs that we are running on the campus. I will also be covering the role that I'm playing, actions that what are the various events that we are holding in the university. That is on the 4th. That is my DSW's presentation. But today I'll just be covering about the clubs that we have on campus and what is the importance of these clubs and why you should join these clubs. So I'll just share my PPT with you. Just give me 2 minutes.
Miss Miss Rachita.
Yes, ma'am.
Please introduce sir and then start the session, please.
Yes.
So Miss Rachita and Ridyansh, please start the session. Thank you.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. May I take this opportunity to introduce to you all our Dean of Student Welfare, Major General G.S. Bal. Major General G.S. Bal, SM BSM, retired after 37 years of distinguished service from the Indian Army. Having served in all important theaters of operations, he has vast and varied experience in directing operations, administrating large organizations, and managing manpower. General Gurpal Singh Bal started his illustrious career as a cadet at OTA, which is the Officers Training Academy. He was awarded a gold medal for standing first in order of merit. During his career, he was awarded the Sena Medal during his tenure for fighting insurgency in Jammu and Kashmir, and Vashisht Seva Medal for meritorious service in the Indian Army. Widely traveled, the general served for 4 years in Saudi Arabia as the defense attaché at the Embassy of India at Riyadh. During his service with the army, he has handled crisis situations and emergencies which have added onto his rich experience. General Gulpal Bal was the Deputy Commandant of Indian Military Academy, I beg your pardon, which is the breeding ground of the Officers Corps of the Army. The officer has specialized in training young officers in the art of leadership. Currently, he has extended his expertise in training undergraduate students of Amity universities in military training. General Bal is also currently the Dean of Students Welfare, Director, Hostel and Director Security, and Director of Undergraduate Military Training Camp at Amity University, Gurgaon. We welcome you to this session, sir. The stage is over to you.
Okay, thank you, Ridyansh. Thank you very much. So I'll cover today what are the various club activities that we are doing in the university. So first and foremost, a lot of students ask me, sir, why should we undertake? It's not. The PPT is not running. Right. So a lot of students keep asking me that what is the importance of these clubs? Why should we take up these clubs? Let me say that right now you've just come out of schools and you've found newfound independence, and you'll be coming to the university. And here you are now going to be in the learning curve. You will have to develop soft skills. You will have to prepare yourselves to take up jobs after you finished your university. So I've just listed out to you what are the various important aspects of why you should join clubs. First and foremost, the first thing I must tell you is that it's a tremendous opportunity for networking. I have known students 10 years back, 11 years back, who have started clubs. They are these founders of these clubs, and they have had a lot of networking which has been done. They have had opportunities of meeting people from outside, from within the university, and it has helped them greatly in finding their feet after the university. So you can But if you're, for example, doing a social responsibility club, you'll come in contact with a lot of NGOs, a lot of corporates, and so this will help you in doing your networking. Second is personal development. This helps you in developing your self-confidence, also developing confidence in interacting with people. The next is leadership skills and soft skills. Now, as far as leadership skills is concerned, if you have the opportunity of handling a club, organizing an event, you are the leader of that event. And so it gives you an opportunity of exhibiting your leadership skills, getting the students together, making them collaborate to ensure that the club runs in a proper manner. Soft skills, you'll be able to communicate. All leaders must be able to communicate. And so communication skills are very, very important. And you develop these communication skills while in the process of running these clubs. Ability to organize is also very, very important, because when you join the corporate world and when you join your jobs, it's all about organizing yourselves, organizing the manpower that you have under you. Next is teamwork. By partaking in these clubs, you are functioning as a team. So you learn teamwork, you learn how to be led, and you learn how to lead. It's a good diversion from your studies, because 24/7 you cannot study. So you must have outlets, you must have certain activities which are going on. For example, you play games, you partake in various activities. If you're good in singing, you're good in dramatics. So it's a diversion from your studies, and it's an important aspect. Do you know that even some of our Nobel laureates and prominent personalities had these additional skills, they had these additional interests in life? For example, Albert Einstein had his violin, and during his spare time, he used to play his violin. Dr. APJ Kalam was very fond of poetry and prose, and in fact, he's written a lot of poetry himself. Then the next aspect is giving back to community. Now, if you are joined a CRC club, you see, basically you will be giving back to community. You will be going to the slums. You'll be teaching children who are disadvantaged, and so you will be contributing towards community. And it's a great opportunity for you to give it back to the community. Also, remember that these clubs also expand your resume. And why do I say so? Because when you seek for admission and you also want scholarships abroad, in universities abroad, then they want your resume, and academics is not enough for them. They want to know what are the extracurricular activities that you have taken part in. So these club activities also help you in expanding your resume. And last but not least, of course, you have a lot of fun. You interact with people, you have a lot of fun, right? So how do we start clubs over here? And how are these clubs, which are nearly 25 in number, how have these clubs started? Some of these clubs, of course, like games clubs, like football, hockey, they're already existing. And so as students come, they join up and they continue. But some of these clubs, some of these prominent clubs, they've generated from an idea. So like this diagram shows that this view file shows that here is a person who has an idea, and that idea then he discusses with his friends. There's collaboration, there's discussion, there are deliberations, and that then these people come to me and come to the management, and they say, "Sir, we want to form a club." And so this activity then becomes a club. So how an idea germinates and forms into a club, this happens in this university. We do not impose clubs on students, but large number of students come up with fresh ideas. They come to me and they ask for support, and we support them. And that is how most of these clubs have come up. Right. This is a list of 25 clubs that we are presently running over here. I will be showing you the activities of some of these clubs. Because of shortage of time, I cannot cover the activities of all 25 clubs. And after that, we'll be showing you small clips of each club. What are the activities they are partaking in? So first and foremost, I would like to cover the sports club. We have all these 8 disciplines which are being here in the university. Most prominent is the football club, very, very active football club. Then the yoga club is there, volleyball, basketball, tennis, cricket. We have the aerobics club, bodybuilding club, and badminton club. Now, some of the club activities, our most prominent club is the Sakar Club. There are nearly 450 members who have joined this club. And the various activities that this club has done is listed on the right of the viewfoil. You can see blankets distribution, training girls in self-defense, health checkups, that is medical camps, eye camps, students trained in first aid, mental health, partners in collaboration with lots of NGOs. So that's how, and charity. There's lots of charity which this club has partaken in. So some of the viewfoil, this is the, I just wanted to tell you these various activities that the Sakar Club has held. And what you can see over here is a medical camp which has taken place in our vicinity of the university. And here are some of these other club activities of Sakar Club, where again you see these health mela being conducted in the nearby village. Again, another viewfoil of the health club. Now, these are the other activities that this Sakar Club does. So it's a plethora of activities, not just one activity. So it's a plethora of activities which includes those various activities which I told you in the beginning. Then also the Sakar Club does this every year. We do this Women's Day, and as you can see, this event is very popular and it's covered by a lot of newspapers, local newspapers in Gurgaon. So charity, here you have blanket distribution, food distribution taking place, as you can see on the viewfoil. When the natural disasters take place, this club comes forward during earthquakes, during flood situations. And here you see during the Kerala floods, these volunteers are loading food packets into the train which is bound for Kerala for flood relief. And they also collaborate with Robin Hood, which is also a local NGO, which distributes food to the poor children and other people in Gurgaon. Even to the extent of organizing Air Force Day, Sakar Club does it. Then Christmas Day celebrations, as you can see. Then we have the Shiksha Club. Now, this club basically is student volunteers who go to local schools, and also they are educating the children of the people who are on campus, Safai Walas, Karamcharis. Their children are being educated by the Shiksha Club. Then we have the Yuva Club, which the activities are debates, food distribution to needy Gurugram people, and also tree plantation. Shakti, this is founded by a girl by the name of Deepika, very, very active. And these are the various activities that Shakti Club has done in the past. Empowerment of women is the basic aim of Shakti Club, and also telling girl child and also the women of the local community as to what their rights are and how should they be empowering themselves so they can also be bread earners. Then we have the Yoga Club. Every year we celebrate the International Yoga Club Yoga Day, which is on 21st June 2015. And you can see some foreign students also partaking in the yoga along with a large crowd. This is in front of India Gate. This is the local yoga club in action in the university. And we have a beautiful banyan tree, which is right next to the hostel. And most of the yoga activities take place in the lawn, which this tree overlooks. Then we have the Jankar Club, which is the dance club. And you can see the dance activities which this club has performed. These are various other dance performances by the club. Here on Sangathan also we have this club active performing during Sangathan, which I'm sure you've already told about. It's a yearly event where plethora of sports activities take place. Something like 70 activities are covered during the Sangathan. Then we have the Dramatics Club. So here we have one of the oldest clubs, which is Dramebaz, and this is Nukkad Natak and various plays being enacted by this club. Not only in the university, they also go to town, and they also collaborate with the police in bringing about traffic awareness and various social issues. So they collaborate with various NGOs also, where they enact these plays for the public. And then we have the Hunkar Club, which is basically a public speaking and debating society. And a lot of debates are carried out by this club. Then we have the Fashion Club, which is as you can see over here, Kairos, and these are various events that the Kairos, and this is another fashion club, Eden, and you can see some fashion shows taking place over here. Another few visuals about the fashion show. Then we have the Allegories Club. So these people, this is basically a literary club where writing, poetry, recitation, and prose. So these people organize such events, and very popular with students. It's a literary club, right? Then we have the bands. One of the bands over here you can see is Ecstasy, which is the current band which is there in the university. Then you have the bodybuilding club. We have a bodybuilding competition every year. And we also have a very state-of-the-art gym, which is here right in the A block. Once the university opens, this gym is open to day scholars as well as to the ones who are staying in the hostel, the students or the hostelers, I should say. Then we have the SIAC club, which is opened by the IBAS psychology students, and they basically talk about psychology, and they have events related to psychology. They invite prominent personalities from outside to talk about mental health and how to about meditation and various other issues related to psychology. Then we have the these are club posters. Just wanted to show you as club posters, again entirely done by students, where they advertise before an event as to what the event is all about, and you can see these posters. This is again done by the students. Then we have the Arthashastra Amity Economics Club, where they talk about economic issues. Again, they invite prominent personalities from abroad to from outside, and even from outside from abroad, who give them lectures and who interact with them, hold workshops with them regarding economic issues. Then, of course, the sports club. You can see we have a state-of-the-art sports complex where we have basketball, volleyball, 24/7 lit football ground, tennis. We have tennis, ongoing tennis, then we have badminton. All these activities are going on in the sports complex, which we have over here. Some visuals about that. This is again some visuals about foreign nationals. We involve them, take them on various tours within the NCR and even outside. Now, there are certain activities sponsored by me directly with the students, and here you can see the 15th August, 26th January, the Independence Day, and we celebrated in great pomp and show. Here, the flag hoisting taking place with our Chancellor and our Vice Chancellor addressing the students. Then we also do Swachh Bharat Abhiyan activities. The local villages, you can see how we are collecting all the muck, cleaning up roads, the approach roads to the university. Also, we do a lot of voluntary work in collecting donations. And here I just wanted to show you in 2015, we collected a check of 3 lakhs. And here I and some students are presenting this check to the Nepalese ambassador when the earthquake had taken place in Nepal in 2015. Then we do blood donation camps, tree plantation, as you can see, and feeding the poor, blanket distribution like I'd already covered. Then we have DJ nights regularly. Every month we have a DJ night, which the hostelers enjoy. And we have good DJs coming here with proper sound and lighting system, where the students let their hair down during the evening. ME Fest, like some of my colleagues have already covered, is a 2-year festival, which is every year, and it's organized by the students, for the students. Is intra-departmental and also inter-university events. So the various universities, some of the prominent universities, large number of universities take part, but some of the prominent universities are listed on the right side. I'm sorry, I'm going through these slides a little fast because of shortage of time, because after this we'll be showing you some video clips about the activities of these clubs. Then these are the various activities that we do during the ME Fest. They are both literary, dramatic, dance, music, song, all kinds of activities. Then we have large number of celebrities who have visited us in the past. And here you can see the cricket team which visited us, the Jaipur Rajasthan Royals who visited us. And then we have Akshay Kumar who visited us. And then we had Mr. Raval, who is a singer, Bollywood singer. He visited us some of the nights that we organized with them. So I'll end over here. And after this, we will show you some of the video clips about the club activities. But this is the last slide I want to tell you that we are going to have a talent hunt competition. And as the viewfoil indicates, it's on 4th of September on Wednesday between 3 and 5. And the various activities that we are going to have the talent hunt is dancing, singing, acting, poetry, painting, video editing, instrumental music, filmmaking, gaming, and mimicry. And if you also let me know before that you would like to partake in some other activities which are not listed over here, we can even organize that. Like I said, we encourage our children to do activities that they are interested in. I do not like to impose activities on students. So it's their thought process, their interest that I assist and I encourage. So if you have some other activities that you would like to partake in, which are already listed over here, please do so. Now the registration, very important, starts today and the last day of registration is on the 3rd. It is at 10 p.m. We will share the link with you, the barcode in the chat column and immediately after this. So right now, I'll now hand you over back to Hridansh, who will now show you some video clips about various club activities which are taking part, which are being conducted here in this university. So thank you for a patient hearing. I will also be able to answer your various queries on 4th when I address you as the Dean of Students Welfare and cover the various activities, the disciplinary issues, military training camps, the various aspects about the hostel and the various activities the students are taking part on the campus. So over to Hridyansh. Please go ahead and show them the video clips. Bye for now.
Thank you very much, sir. Your presentation was indeed quite enlightening.
Thank you, sir. They say with every crisis comes an opportunity. Hence, taking this opportunity of conducting a virtual orientation session, I, Rachita Segal,
and Hridyansh Ved,
on behalf of all your seniors, welcome you to Amity University, Gurugram. A year ago, when the world was still normal and we weren't dealing with the global pandemic, we were exactly where you all are right now, feeling curious, anxious, and most importantly, excited to begin our life in college.
Even though all of us can't meet in person, we at Amity won't let that dim your experience as a fresher.
Everybody is blessed with a talent. You have to know what your talent is, maximize it, and push yourself to the limit. Joining a club is the best opportunity to enhance your talent and further explore your skills. Without further ado, I would like to welcome the various active clubs of our college.
The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. I present to you the club which embraces the above. Sakar along with their team. Can we have the video, please?
IT, please give rights to Ashish. Ashish Singh.
Ashish, you have to unshare this, then you have to share it the another way. The sound is not coming. Ashish, please stop sharing. Stop sharing. Yeah, now you go to the share screen and there is an option is coming share file. Go through the share file and then share the video.
Sakar is the club which helps you shape your will to serve others into constructive ideas.
Each time a woman stands up for herself, she stands up for all women. To rise for women all around us, we present to you Shakti. Thank you. Due to a slight technical error, the audio wasn't there, but I'm sure the essence of Shakti was conveyed. We look forward to see all those of you who are eager to stand up for equality to join Shakti.
Sahas is a club which helps pay forward our gratitude to the pillars of our nation, the soldiers and our farmers. Let's have their video, please. Do join Sahas to express your gratitude to our soldiers and our farmers.
The opportunity to showcase your talents is just within your reach. On the 4th of September, we are organizing a talent hunt and eagerly awaiting your participation. The registration begins from today, 1st of September, and concludes on the 3rd of September at 10 p.m. The link to register is available in the chat box below, and one student can participate in a maximum of 3 events. Get yourselves registered and don't miss this golden opportunity. Another query that we are seeing is that students are asking in how many clubs can they take part. They can take part in as many clubs as they wish to.
Absolutely. Making strides and bringing our culture to the forefront through their dance and music, I welcome Team Jhankar. If you have this spirit, Jhankar will help you find the rhythm within.
And if you wish to showcase your dancing or singing skills, Talent Hunt is the best opportunity. Do register. The Talent Hunt is on the 4th of September. The last date to register is the 3rd of September by 10 p.m. The link is in the chat box. There are shortcuts to happiness, and dancing is one of them. For all those with a dancer within, we present to you Team UAC. We can't wait to see all of you groove to their beats.
The opportunity to showcase your talents is just within your reach. On the 4th of September, we are going to organize a talent hunt and are awaiting your participation. The registration begins from today, the 1st of September, and concludes on the 3rd of September. The link to register is available in the chat box below. Get yourself registered and don't miss out on this golden opportunity. Well, debates and divergence of views can only enrich our history and culture. Keeping with the spirit of debating, we now present Humkar, We're eagerly waiting for you to join us and expand your public speaking horizons.
Hunkar is a public speaking and debating society, and a lot of students are asking how to register for the club. You can contact those individuals mentioned in the talent hunt document. And for example, Hunkar and Yuva are both public speaking societies. So if you wish to take part in those events, you can. The most violent element in society is ignorance. To show us the brighter side of society, we present Yuva. I'm sure they're looking forward to see the budding activist in all of you. Another reminder that the talent hunt is on the 4th of September. We have events like open mic, dancing, singing, and all of you are more than welcome to register and showcase your talent. The last date to submit is on the 3rd of September by 10 p.m. Do register.
Writing is exploration. You start from nothing and you learn as you go. Elucidating the above, we have allegories. We hope you all take the opportunity to embrace the writer within. Reminder for you is that the talent hunt, it's on the 4th of September, and the registrations, they begin from today. The registrations will be over on the 3rd of September. What are you waiting for? Go and register. Come on. Showcase your oratory skills and literary skills by registering for the talent hunt. Go on.
Passion is about something that comes from within you. Keeping with this spirit, I present to all of you House of Kairos. I'm sure House of Kairos is looking forward to have all you budding artists and fashionistas join them. Another reminder, as freshers, as you begin this new chapter of your college life, Talent Hunt is the best opportunity to showcase your talent to the entire college. The Talent Hunt is on the 4th of September, and the last day to register is on the 3rd by 10 p.m. You can find the Google form link in the chat box. Along with that, you can find the link for all the club student representatives and their Google forms in the chat box.
Yes. I would now like to welcome the bands from our Amity Musical Society, Vasil and Ecstasy. We invite you to bring your sweet melodies to our music societies.
To showcase your dancing, singing, or any other abilities, do register yourselves for the Talent Hunt. The registrations are open and they will be open till the 3rd of September, 10 p.m. One participant can take part in maximum of 3 events, and the video or photo collection should be of 3 minutes. Do check the chat box for the Google form.
And do not forget to register for the clubs of your choice. You can register for as many clubs as you please.
And the link for the same is below.
Yes, yes. Acting is not about being something different. It's about finding similarity in what is apparently different. Embracing the above, we present to you Team Tramebaz.
That definitely ignited the urge within me to practice, and I'm sure it was the same for all of you.
Well, have you all planned on what all activities in the talent hunt you're going to participate in? Just after doing that, go and register for the same. The link is in the description box or what you call the chat box.
Yes. Each time a woman stands up for herself, she stands up for all women. To rise for all women, we now present to you Shakti.
नहीं आई भाई।
To inform everyone about Shakti further, we have Ashish, the Managing Director of Shakti.
Hello everyone, this is Ashish Kumar Singh from Shakti, empowering women by uniting youth. The basic theme or the basic purpose of the club is to unite women and to encourage them by bringing them together from all strata of society. We all have formed this group for the betterment of women and children with the help of the youth in the college, outside the college, and everywhere present. The DSW department, Dean of Student Welfare department, has always been helpful to all of us. And we will keep doing the work with your presence over there. You can join in to the club by contacting the numbers present in the talent hunt form, or you can look into the club details that are present to join the clubs. We look forward to your participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish. We look forward to see all those of you who are eager to stand for equality to join Shakti.
Well, have you all seen the link in the chat box, the registration link for Talent Hunt? Just check that out. Be excited, participate in 3 events, and showcase your talents. Well, debate and divergence of views can only enrich our history and culture. Keeping with the spirit of debating, we now present Hunkar.
Thank you, Hridansh. I'll take the floor. I'm Rachita Sigal. I'm the president of Hunkar. Hunkar is a public speaking and debating society. We provide a holistic environment for freshers, for the students in our college to come and discuss, have intellectual discussions, come to conclusions. We have organized the college's first Model United Nations session. We organize inter-college panel debates. We have deliberandum, we have group discussions. And most importantly, public speaking is a skill you cannot eliminate in today's world, whether it's for an interview or a presentation. So you can learn those skills by joining Hunkar. You can develop your skills. We organize mock sessions, orientations, debates, and we're looking forward to having you join us and helping us deliberate, debate, and discuss. You can check the links for all the clubs mentioned in the chat box and do register for the talent hunt.
Yes, please. Well, we are really eager. We are really eagerly waiting for you to join us and expand your public speaking horizons.
With this, we conclude the introductions to our clubs and societies of our university. However, this isn't the end of our session, but the beginning of your journey to hone your skills and make your mark in the university. Yet again, we reiterate, do take part in the talent hunt. It's a golden opportunity. Revising the rules, the last day to register is 3rd September by 10 p.m. The talent hunt will be on the 4th of September. The registration links are already open. You have to present a 3-minute video or 3-minute photo collection, and each participant can take part in maximum number of 3 events.
We look forward to seeing all of you showcase your talents on the talent hunt, which is on the 4th of September. That's right. Thank you very much. I am Hridansh Ved and my co-host Rachita Sehgal signing off. Yes.
Thank you so much.